All right, all right, all right. I think I might be live. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope you're doing well. And I'm excited, as always, to see what messages come in from Spirit today. And we will try to get on track here. It's been an interesting day, and I've been rushing around, and now I need to calm down. So this will help us, all of us that have been rushing around. We'll start off by taking a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and slow exhale. That brings us out of the chaos and the rush of the day and out of the future, out of the past, and come back to this moment. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for some more energy too. So if you want to join me in coming back to this moment, we'll start by a big deep breath in. So here we go. Big deep breath. Beautiful. And that is lovely how it just slows us down and brings us back to this moment. And then we will hit the singing bowl 3 times as well to bring in that beautiful love energy from above. We'll let it fill up our being and our heart and just let it flood out into our emotions, up into our minds and all our stories and beliefs, into our physical bodies, into all of our joints and organs and bloodstream, just all the cells of our body, to our energetic body, into our chakras, into our meridians that run throughout our bodies, and out into our auras, filling us up and flowing out to the world, letting it do whatever it wants to do out there to also raise the vibration of the collective, the planet, and beyond if it wants, right? So we'll do that. And of course, something we can do to immediately raise our vibration is gratitude. So focusing on just one little thing that we're grateful for in this moment helps raise our vibration, and it magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for and opens us up to receive messages from spirit too. So I'll hit it 3 times and yeah, remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Beautiful energies. Just so relaxing. All right. So, hello. It smells there's a bunch of stuff all over me. It's probably because I wore a jacket. But hello, everybody. Good to see you guys. Hope you're doing well and having a wonderful, wonderful day. Happy full moon in Libra that will be coming up here in a couple hours. Probably 2 hours or so, 3 hours. I think it's 8:12 my time, which is about 3 hours from now. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this beautiful, beautiful energies, and I hope you guys are doing well. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your brother Z. We are here to spill the tea, and I'm excited as always to see what messages we get. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor, which I'm so grateful for. Two things that help us on our beautiful, beautiful human adventure. So welcome you. There's always room for more Zen friends. So thank you so much for being here. I know, right, Olivier? This is the first of the month, April 1st. No fooling. No fools, no April Fool's jokes here. uh, luckily, right? Well, the readings will be true. They will not be April Fool's jokes. So if you're new, welcome. So glad to have you here. Always room, like I said, for more Zen friends. Try to keep this a wonderful place of love and higher vibration. So thank you so much for bringing your energy in. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down there in the description area of the video. Basically, free readings are first come, first serve. All you do is put your question down there. I just know my microphone was to the side here. Hopefully, you guys could hear me okay. I'm sure you'd let me know. But it's first come, first serve. You could just put your question. If you don't know what you want to ask, or you want to keep your business to yourself, which we understand that sometimes we do want our business to be private, you can just for a general reading. We'll pull cards, see what spirit has. If anyone makes a donation, I do honor that energy exchange, prioritize those readings, step out of the free readings, dive deeper, meaning we pull more cards and spill more tea. For those, you also get a fortune cookie, which is an oracle card of some sort to help round out your donation reading. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or down in the description area. I do have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and newly added recently Google Pay. So if you're interested in using any of those, feel free to do that. I don't have any set dollar amounts. Whatever you give from your heart, I know you're giving what you can, and I know everyone's cost of living and finances and everything are different across the world. Rate of exchanges are all different across the world. So I do honor that. I also know not everyone is able to donate. So that's why I do try to get 2 free readings every session. If 2.5 hours in, I haven't touched any free readings yet, I do step out of donations, dive deeper, not dive deeper. You can see when I go into autopilot, right? Bzz, off we went. But I do, I forgot what I was even saying now. But I don't even know. Oh, free readings. Yeah. And the 2.5 hours in, I do at least for 30 minutes, I do free readings and then I return to finish donations. Then after that, I do go back and finish out as many free readings as I can. Usually I finish everything so far, knock on wood. And after each of the sessions, I do post a pinned comment that lists all the readings completed with timestamps. So you can just find your name, click on the timestamp, takes you right to your readings. Very fancy. So I think that's the big process, everything. I do offer personal readings if anyone ever wants those private personal readings, and also energetic hedges, which is an energy type of service. But every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway. Today it's a full moon, so we did have a giveaway earlier, and I think Kritika is here. So Kritika won. So congratulations. I did get your email. I haven't looked at it yet since it was just like 10 minutes before we started, and I was rushing to finish the new moon and the full moon announcement of the winner and the new moon to put it out there too. So It's like I said, it's been a busy day. Um, but if you want to get into the giveaway for the new moon, I just put that out like moments before we started tonight. So here is the link to the new moon drawing for April 17th. It's going to be an Aries new moon. So big energies. I'm working on the, before every full moon and new moon, I do put out a how to make the most of those energies. And I'm starting to work on the new moon already. And wow, just looking in the energies of it, we got like 4 planets. We got, what is it? Mars itself is moving to Aries. Mercury is moving into Aries. Neptune and Saturn are already in Aries. With the sun being in Aries and the moon joining, you're like, holy cow, right? But but that's going to be coming up. But I did put out last week this Libra, making the most of the Libra full moon energy. So tonight we still have time. It's like the 8 hours before the full moon. Now is like the ideal time to do the release energy. And of course, if we miss it, then it's still good. You can still use it. It's just the most powerful the 8 hours before the full moon hits for the release energy. And if you want to about making the most of the full moon energy, here's also a separate video I created that dives deeper into release ceremonies and making the most powerful affirmations as well. So, or not the most, but making affirmations powerful. I'm not going to boast that mine are the most powerful because it's not true. But I'm sure there's aliens somewhere that have more powerful affirmations. Anyway, I digress. So they have those. And then lastly, we do have the easier path, which is my podcast. Um, that comes out every 2 weeks. We'll have a new one coming out tomorrow, and it's all about abundance. Oops, it's abundance where it be. Don't look at that one. That one's not out yet. Sorry, let me delete that one here. I already replaced it. Bad boy. Um, well, here, I think I have the other one. So I got ahead of myself. I was rushing, and that's what happens when you rush, right? Um, Yeah, here's the playlist of all the podcasts of the easier path. You can look at the most recent one there or catch up on any of the previous ones. But the other one's coming out tomorrow. It's not available yet. If you click on that, it's going to tell you it's not out there yet because it activates tonight at midnight. But it's abundance where it be. So that'll be coming up tomorrow. Well, at least I'm glad I have um, my little notes updated here already. At least I'm ahead on something. Also, I want to let you guys know, it came up in a conversation. I think it was on Sunday. I think it was on Sunday or Saturday that I've written some books, and the Journey to the High Temple is a little off-world novel that I wrote, and I haven't touched it like in a while because I was going to update all this stuff. But here's a little link to the this is on, Amazon, Journey to the High Temple. I was able to make it free, the ebook version anyway, free from today through April 5th, which is Sunday, midnight, I think it's at Pacific Standard Time. So if you wanna have a free copy, please help yourself. It's available to you. Happy full moon if you're interested. That's the link to get it, or if that doesn't work in your nation or whatever, the Journey to the High Temple, if it's available, it should be available. I think I made it international, when I originally created it, but it'll be under my real name, which is Denny Bayer. I know, my name's not Bretta Z, but that's so you can find it. So, it's no secret. I don't keep my name secret, but, Bretta Z is what I go by here. So, I think that's everything. Enough blah, blah, blah. Let me move these over. We'll do some shout outs here, get my list all updated, and we will get into the readings here. So thank you guys so much for being here. We'll start on the bottom here. We got Lotus of Serendipity. Hello, good to see you again. And we do have your free reading request. We'll get you on the list here. All right. And then we've got Ascending University. What is this? Ascending. Oh, yes, Universal, not university. Universal Butterfly. What a beautiful name. We'll get you on here too. I like all these names that you guys have here. And let's see what we got here. And happy April to you. And then Livier, I see yours as well. We shouted out to you earlier. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And we will get this on here for this coming month. Let me just add that in there. All right. Say, hey, Lauren, good to see you. Yes, I see it just came through as well. Your donation. So we'll get you on to the donation list here. Thank you so much. Get you in there. All right. And Jojo in the house. Hey, I do have yours, I believe, on here, Jojo. Yeah, I do have you on the donation list as well. Good to see you. Hello. All right, let me just keep on going up the list here, make sure I got everyone. We got Priscilla in the house. Hey, Priscilla. Good to see you. We got you on the free reading list here. Boom, boom. And Cherish. I always love your name too. You guys have such interesting, fun names, and I'm so grateful for your imagination. And we got, is that Sharanya Cheery? Hello, hello. Good to see you. We will get you on the free list here as well. All right. And Ravit, hello, hello. We got you here. We'll get you on the free list here. And Kritika, hey, hey, congratulations. You are in the house. Got you on the free list here as well. Like I said, I did get your email. And we got Leslie. Hey, Leslie, good to see you. We got you on the free list here. We got Free Soul Humming. I got you on the free list. So good to see you. Little Pink Daisy. We also have you on the free list. Good to see you guys so much here. And then we got Sudeshna Ghosh. I've got your 3 donations. So you're on the list here. Maria P., we do have you on the free reading, and thank you for your donation. Got you on both of those. And let's see here. I do have Swellroot Bobby and Minnie Heel from earlier today. So hello, guys, if you're awake, or good morning if you're watching this on replay. So I got you guys on the free list here too. So I think I've got everyone. Like, fingers crossed, right? And all right. So I think I've got that. So we will have here, let's see here. Yeah, and I want to do a shout out to Michelle Smith. Thank you for your donation, your just because donation. I'm grateful for those. I don't get often just ones that are just because here you are donation, so always I say it always makes me tear up a little in gratitude. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So we'll have Jojo up first, and then 3 from Sudeshna, and then Maria P. 1, and then Lauren Olight. You'll be up after that. And I think that is it. Let me make sure my emails are all running here. Yep, that one's good. Let's get rid of that. It's just the announcement. We are good there. And I think we are set here. All right. So, we're going to be using a new tarot deck called the Blue Cat Tarot. I know I need more tarot decks, but this one is the author of it, which is Beth. Is that Salonen? I mean, she has an old Siamese cat that's been with her for like over 10 years, and then her name is Isis. And the deck is based on her watching her for all this time. So it's a cute little deck. You can see, you guys will see it, of course, here. It's kind of simplified here, but I love the blue cat energy. So that's the tarot deck we'll be using. And then if you make a donation, we have this shamanic healing oracle will be your fortune cookie this evening. So I like these. The cat energy. So that is where we're at. Let's take a quick sip here, everyone. Cheers to you. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm excited for our adventures together. And thank you for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami and you're helping send love throughout the world. And by doing that, just a little like helps my channel get in front of other people to share the messages of spirit. So thank you for doing that. For those of you that did that. And I love you guys very much. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. So today, the reason why I was rushing around is when I went for my walk today, um, I went to return a shirt that I didn't like. And otherwise I wouldn't have come upon because I cut through this place to go on my route uh if I go to this place to return the shirt. And lo and behold, um there is this this church, and I was walking by it, and in the parking lot I noticed a wallet was laying wide open, and I'm like, oh wow. And so I picked it up, and it's like from a high school student. There's like a high school a few blocks away, and there's still money in there and everything, so it wasn't stolen. And I was like, oh wow. So I looked at the address on their driver's license, and it was a place that on my route that I walk, and a little off the path. And so I went over, no one was home at their house. So, I went after I finished my walk, I looked at they had their school ID, which when I called the school, they're it was only like it was like 1 in the afternoon. And they said, "Yeah, if you bring that over to us, we'll make sure he gets it," you know? So, that's why I went running over there after that. And it was like one of those days where you have stuff that comes in and, um yeah, I know, right? That's how I buy that's where I got the new tarot deck, is from the cash in their wallet. No, you're so funny, Jojo. No, I know as a teenager, they were freaking out, and it was funny because when I went and, I turned in the wallet, the security guard that let me in, because we have security guards in our schools now because of all the shootings and stuff. They were like, "Oh my god, he's been looking for this all day." So evidently, he kept on going up to the security guard to find out if they found out, "Did anyone turn it in? Did anyone find it?" And so I was so glad that, even though it was probably there since he went in the morning, at least, I found it. No one stole his, money and ID and all that kind of stuff. And then hopefully he didn't tell his parents, and then he doesn't need to tell them that he lost his wallet. So, but you're so funny, Jojo. I did not take the money. Just because I would, he would be so, as a teenager, money is like, whoa, right? And I think he had like a 20 and some other stuff in there too. So I'm glad I found it and someone else like Jojo didn't, you know? No, you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have. I know you. All right. So we will dive in here. Let me just grab these here. All right. So let us we'll shuffle these up and we'll jump in here and we'll find out what is going on in everyone's wonderful world today on this full moon in Libra, which of course is going to show us all of the balanced and imbalanced or unbalanced things in our lives, especially around relationships, because it rules over the house of relationships, including the relationship with ourselves. So we got a lot of that energy going on. All right. I know you wouldn't. You were just joking. I know your heart. All right. Well, Jojo, you are up first. We'll find out here. You are where's I am live, and where's the I don't have time running here. What's going on here? Let me see here. Did YouTube update something? Let me just make this bigger. No. Oh, it's up here now. Oh. They like to update things on here. So now it's not over here where I'd normally see it. It's up in this little corner here. All right. So, surprise, I am live. Yeah, you guys are talking to me. I'm like, "Where's the timestamp?" But it's up a little tiny place up here. So we'll do 25:55 for your timestamp, Jojo. Maybe it was supposed to be done that here, right? Yeah, you got the crow. Full moon. All right. So, Jojo, thank you so much for your donation, the 100% sticker as well. And so you wanted to know here, did you know her or where was uh, she in your past life? Just because you watched a movie on her and before watching it, you had some dreams or were you experiencing things that happened to her? Oh, how interesting. Let's take a look here and see what we got going on here. These are extra thick cards, which I'm glad. They just are having trouble shuffling. Let me try that one more time. That was kind of a sucky one. There we go. All right, Jojo, let's find out. Did you know her or were you in a past life together? So in this lifetime or past lifetime, right? Is what you're wondering. Or just past lifetime. All right. I feel like that's what we have here. So it's going to take me a moment to interpret because I love it. They call the wands the plant suit in here. So this is the 10 of plants, which is the by the things, the 10 of wands. And I like it that we've got the little dragonfly up on the card up there in the corner, which is the sign of spirit, and all this 10 of wands energy that's coming in here. And we'll find out here. I feel like with the 10 of wands, there is that kind of energy that's there. Um, there is this great flow of energy. I'm just getting a ton of like all this wands energy just feels like there's been a lot of and these are all like almost look like dead plants. It's like, but there looks like there's all this energy of a lot of lifetimes. And I feel like this is one of those types of energies that has a lot of connections that are here. Let's see with these other cards. You got two cards here. You got the Queen of Wands that's here, and the Star card too. So Queen of Wands is a great spiritual connection, spiritual energy, and it's an interesting thing because it's more of a guide, and I feel like what's interesting is like someone's higher self has we have like almost limitless expressions of who we are, right? And I feel like their energy has been like a higher self, not a higher self, but like a spirit guide over your life. Even when they were living their human life, they were, their essence was acting as a spirit guide, like independent, which they can, and which they do because we have all these energies. So I feel like they're this guiding light and kind of like this guardian angel kind of energy with this Queen of Wands and the star, because it just feels like they're kind of watching over you. Oh, interesting. Interesting. And so I feel like they're that, and I feel like it's because of this 10 of Wands, and I've never had this come through before, which is not my surprise with readings for you, because it's like your higher self was there spirit guide for their life, this lifetime as well. A very important spirit guide, not just among the whole collective, but I feel like you guys were really in tune with each other in this lifetime. So it makes sense that you're dreaming about them and you've got this parallel stuff. But let's see here what else we have here. We'll make sure you're not going to die. Yeah. Because you got the sun card, beautiful, bright energy, shining light down on you, and the hanged man, too. Cocooning, transformation, allowing you to see things from a different perspective. So they are definitely bringing in their experiences to help you too, right? Um, yeah, yeah, it makes total sense, right? And there's something about the sun and stars bringing in astrological energy. I don't know what similar things you guys have in your birth charts, but if you haven't looked at their birth chart, um, it might be something to look at because it's really jumping out here with all this energy. I feel astrological energy that there's even things you guys chose in that manner to kind of have it that way. But definitely with three major arcana here, the star card, the sun card, the hangman, all those about seeing things from a higher perspective, bringing in a lot of clarity. I feel like that definitely is there. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, yeah, because we have the death card. You're like, "Dun, dun, dun," but we've got the 2 of cups that are here, which is the power of emotional choice, and I feel like, again, another major arcana here that to to have you be aware, and I feel like I'm not sure if they died by emotional choices, because I feel like in this they've chosen to be so active in your life, to help you not choose that for you. You remember I haven't heard from her in a long time, I'm sure she's on her adventure, Supernova in Australia, how, oh, I can't remember his name suddenly. He was a rock star who ended his life, um, and, Levine. No, Kirk. Yeah, something like that. Why am I blocked? I guess because 'cause they're like, "Don't talk about them, talk about me." That's funny. So, anyway, it's like that. Like, they experience something and they wanna keep them, uh, you know, like their people here. Yeah, so there's this, "I wanna keep you from repeating the things that I did if I could help it." Not yeah, Kurt Cobain, thank you. Why was I thinking Levine? Maybe I was thinking of, what's his name from, Maroon 5. Isn't his name Levine? But, so, there is this energy here of, kind of that where I'm watching over you to help you be aware because I wasn't. Not that they're blaming you because you were their spirit guide. They were like, I wasn't listening to you. Luckily, you're more with that Queen of Wands, you're more aware and connected to spirit and listening, you know, to what they have. Yeah, Adam Levine, there you go. I'm combining male singers, right? But, but I like um, that energy there for you. So I feel like that's why it's a strong connection for you guys there. Um And that's why you're dreaming and strong connection energy too. Let's see what your shamanic healing comes in here as well. All right. Let's get this one here. And you got perception number 9, the yin and the yang, both sides of the coin in a way. So let's see here. What does this bring in here? So perception, it says with energy, sometimes a slight shift in perception is all that's needed. Remember, nature strives to retain balance. It is only our perception and labels that cause us to think otherwise. Is there a situation in your life that you are viewing from a very rigid perspective? Are you certain that you are at the center of all the drama around you? Perhaps cultivating the ability to step outside of the drama and see the issue from every different viewpoint will shift your judgment of this person or situation from intolerable to simply, it is. And as it is, it won't remain so for long. Letting go of the tether that holds you to a certain viewpoint also frees the situation up to go the natural way and get back into balance. Wow, I love that. So that is what they have for you for your fortune cookie. So thank you again for your donation, Gia. Oh, very interesting. Thank you so much. We'll have to check it out. All right. So that is what they have for you, Jojo. Cheers to you. Thank you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So let's take a look here. So, guide. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I just got your donation via the PayPal. So we'll get you on the list here. Hey, Shanji. Good to see you as well. Hello, hello. All right. You're very welcome, Jojo. All right. So we have Sudeshna with 3, then Maria P, then Lauren, and then Guide. You'll be up after that, is where we're at right now. Yes. So, Sudeshna, oops, up over here, 3722. I'm going to have to get used to looking in a different place. Just adds into my adventures today. So I like that. So, Sudeshna for number 1. Ooh, I think you did it. Yeah, let me give your first one a love and a like here. So you came across another technology, AI data science. Ooh, how will this be for you? Or shall you go with data business analyst? In which will you get better opportunities? Yeah, how exciting, right? Is that drawing your heart? Let's take a look here. So, what is the energy around AI data science for you? I feel like we want this one too. And then what about in comparison to the data analyst? Which one will have better opportunities? Yeah, you've got the like this. They call it the Queen of Balls. It's going to be interesting saying that all night. Queen of Pentacles energy, which is about abundance. And like I was saying, is your heart leading you in that direction? Because the Queen of Pentacles tells you that following your heart is what brings you the most abundance. So always look into that in your heart as well. I'm sorry, I forgot to turn my sound down a little bit here. All right. So let's take a look here. The AI data science. You've got the 9 of fishes, the 9 of cups. It's a emotional dream come true energy. That's very positive energy for you. It feels like it's emotionally fulfilling. Below the surface, is it good opportunities? What else can it bring here? You have the 4 of feathers, which is the 4 of swords. It does bring you peace of mind, and it does it's about letting go of some expectations. Let's see what else is underneath here too. Yeah. Yeah, and then you got the, Empress card, which is like the Queen of Pentacles, following your heart, and, the abundance and the new birth that comes from it. So it feels like this is very, very positive energy for you, and when we're using comparative energy in comparison to the data business analyst, yeah, because 'cause you've got the Hanged Man here, which is you see things from a different perspective, and it's more transformational, right? I feel like we've been getting this for a while for you with the data business analyst, which opens you up to new opportunities, but it takes time because you have to get into the data business analyst, and as you're in it, you interact with the different departments, blah, 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 right? So I feel like it takes more time with the data business analyst to get active in it than it does with the AI data one. Underneath the hanged man here, you do have the Six of Wands and the Queen of Feathers, the Queen of Swords. So there is a balance between head and heart. The Six of Wands is a victory energy. There is opportunities that do come in with, the data business analyst too. You've got the Four of Fishes, the Four of Cups, which does talk about boredom and stagnancy eventually. Um, so it does feel here with this energy that this AI one is exciting for you. It's intriguing for you. It feels like something that you're really excited about and that your heart's like, yeah, jumping at compared to the other. Sorry, I got my little wheezing going on today. Let me just put the throat lozenge here. I don't know if you guys can hear the little whistle. Um, but I like this. I like this energy that's leaning towards this other. It does say that the data business analyst is beneficial. It does bring you reward and victory energy around it, and eventually leads you to different things. But that AI feels like it brings you joy with that Nine of Cups so much sooner. So I like that for you. Let's see what your first fortune cookie is here for that question. Let's see what else they'll give you here. Honoring your energy. Wow. Yeah. Card number 15 coming in here. It's like following your passion, following where you're feeling drawn to, right? Says we all have those days when we're disinclined to do anything. We try all sorts of mental tricks to talk ourselves into doing what we should be doing. Does this ever work? No. We end up feeling guilty, a very low vibration, for not getting anything done, which causes us to try twice as hard the next day, which causes us to get overwhelmed and exhausted, which then leads to becoming caught up in a vicious cycle. Your body has rhythms just as everything else on this earth does: flowers, trees, plants, and the elements. The tides ebb and flow, the sun and moon rise and set. Animals hibernate, and flowers grow, bloom, and go dormant. You need to listen to the inherent cycles within you. Rest when you need to, work when you need to. Do not try to outthink the natural rhythms. Go easy on yourself and reserve judgment. You are your own harshest critic. So be aware of how tough you're being on yourself, but I also like this energy of honoring your energy and following your heart, following the energy. And I feel like there's this excitement that they're showing me that you have towards this AI. It's like, it's exciting. It feels like an adventure. It feels like you're a pioneer rather than just doing the old stuff, right? So I feel like that's what they have for your first one, Sudeshna. So we'll go on to your other one here. Let me just do a couple of shout outs and get uh, some people on the list here, and we'll get on to your number 2 and number 3 here. So, Sean G, thank you so much. I do see your 2 donations via Zcash app. So I'll get you on the list there. We also have Blueberry in the house. So, Blueberry, good to see you. Guess what kind of coffee I'm drinking? I know, blueberry. This is the last one of the wild mountain blueberry coffee. And then I got some other blueberry the other day. It's so good. And I think that was all that is new that came in here. Yep. All right. So we'll dive back in. All right. So Sudeshna, we got you at 4454 for number 2. I wonder how long it's going to take me to keep looking over there to look over there. All right. So let's give your second one a love and a like here, Sudeshna. So should you go with free resources or paid courses for the technology to get a better job? What will help anything else? All right, let's take a look here. Let me just shuffle these up here. All right. So let's see here. The energy around free courses. Okay, I feel like we got those for that. And then what about the energy around paid courses? Nope, they don't want those. They want that one, that one, and those. Okay. These are opportunities, right? Yeah, okay. So let's talk about free courses here. You got these cards here. You have the Four of Plants, the Four of Wands. So free courses, there's joy, celebration energy. Got the Five of Fishes, the Five of Cups, which is kind of some lower vibrational emotional energy. But you do have the Emperor and the Ten of Pentacles, which does tell you that no matter what you, even with free things, whatever you choose, it's what you do with it as an emperor. It's what you focus on with your energy, can bring you abundance. It's all in your hands how much abundance either of it brings you here, right? Specifically with the question of the better job, will it help kind of energy. You do have the Page of Fishes, fishes, the Page of Cups, which it's like it has happy energy here, around the free courses. But let's see what the paid course is, if it does a big difference here. You have the Three of Swords energy, along with the Queen of Cups energy here. There's something about paid courses and technology, and I feel like this particular one, because I'm getting like the data analyst one here, that it for this first two cards, I feel like that's the data analyst with the paid ones, and they're kind of going, you're going to be disappointed in that. It's not going to bring you what you feel you're wanting, and they're kind of pushing you to follow your heart with that Queen of Cups. For the AI one that you're kind of being guided to, yeah, you have the Seven of Pentacles. It'd take a little bit of time for you to see the benefit with the Seven of Pentacles, because that's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And you got the Two of Cups. It's emotional choice. I feel like, um, what are they saying here? Let's see what the bottom thing here, because you got the Knight of Pentacles, which is again is a slow energy. It almost feels like here that, with as fast as AI is growing, that they're talking about, getting in the door somewhere, and, with taking some, other courses, and with all the other, backing you have of other education and certifications and stuff, you might be able to more quickly get into something. Because I feel like if it takes time, and if you take paid courses, and it's gonna take a long time, and they really, start you on in basics, and they take you through everything, and you're like, it almost feels like I get bored with everything, and I kind of lose my oomph around the paid ones. I feel like they're urging you here, yeah, to, because you got the 10 of wands on the bottom with the 10 of plants, and it's about burden versus abundance. And, of course, with anything, the when you take certifications and you get, these type of, um, classes and everything, it can work out, in the long run. But I just feel like right now that they're kind of steering you into the AI, and because of how fast it's growing, and there's a lot of opportunities that, um, they're kind of nudging you to just do as much stuff as you can free right now, because I feel like the AI is getting outdated in these classes as fast as they're created. They're almost obsolete, it kind of feels like. So the more that you can take online stuff and free stuff and get into a company with what you know now, with your past education and certifications, and added that in. I feel like that's where they're going. Yeah, you've got letting go for your fortune cookie for this one. I like these cards. See what this one says here. What kind of guidance? Letting go of a person or situation can be a challenge. At times, what's at stake is not just the relationship or situation, it's the attachment we had for it, the hopes, the dreams, the expectations. And I feel like that's kind of this message with that expectations card too that you got. It's what are you hoping that these things bring you, and how are you using them to define you? Because if we're doing something to try to get status and money and this and what will people think and blah blah, that's the mind, right? That's what feels like we're behind and we're trying to catch up to get to zero to then have abundance. Whereas when you're following your heart, like if you're like excited about AI and you're doing it because you love it, then that brings a different type of abundance that trying to do something we think we're supposed to will ever bring us, right? Says many relationships end long past their natural ending point. One or both people hung on, hoping things would change. They invested so much time because without that person or job or relationship, their future loomed up as one big blank screen, right? That's the fear. For many, this is too scary to bear. However, by letting go, we create a space for a person or situation that will resonate with us where we are now. Start looking at your expectations. Try not to have any, it says. This will enable you to live in the moment and be mindful in the present. To be able to gracefully release from a situation is a lesson for all of us. So it's letting go of the supposed to and the should and embrace, and all this stuff talks about like following your heart so that you can do something that you're excited about. 'Cause, a better job, will this help? You know, it's it's in the trying to become something is where we feel like we're nothing, because that's where we experience our lack. The more we focus and realize, "I'm living and doing what I love," then you stop caring what everyone else thinks and, the outcomes in this, because 'cause you're loving what you're doing as you're going forward, right? So I feel like that's kind of where the focus is, for that one. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. So that was for number two. And then for number three, we've got here, I still look over there. There we go. So there's for your third one. I keep looking over there to and then to look over there. So let's give your third one a love and a like here since it lets me. And should you pursue higher studies like an MBA or learn the technology and go for a job switch, which will be beneficial energy for both? Yeah, absolutely. All right. So, what's the energy around MBA? Okay. Just one card. All right. And the energy around technology and go for a job switch. Okay. And then which will be beneficial? Okay, so that's where the cards are at. I was like, why are they just doing one each? But then they have three of each underneath. Okay. And then like this with the spirit guidance is the bottom of the deck. We have the 7 of cups, which is all the emotional choices. I love this because in the book they talk about how her cat Isis, there's all this different food. She liked a certain kind, and no matter what kind that she would get, like this really great stuff, whatever, she'd snip her nose at it. And because she knew what she wanted, she didn't want any of the other stuff. And the 7 of Cups is kind of telling you there's no wrong choice. that you get to choose from your heart what will make you, um, you know, more enjoyable, not attaching your happiness and your path to an outcome, but on the emotional journey that you get to have as you're going through it. It's like, well, I'll suffer if it'll get me this, but it's like, why suffer when you can love every day as much as you can when choosing something that you love, right? So I like that. That's kind of like their guidance. Energy around the MBA, you do have the 5 of feathers. Yeah, the conflict between head and heart. I do feel like there's an energy of like, well, what are you gonna get an MBA in? That's the problem. That's the conflict, right? Well, I don't wanna choose wrong. So it's about the heart wanting to take you in a direction and the mind wanting to take you in a direction, and they're both pulling at you. And so if you were gonna choose an MBA, the first thing you'd have to decide is, what do I want an MBA in, right? That's the hard part. The other energy of learning a technology and going for the job switch, you do have the 10 of cups, which is joy, joy, full and overflowing. So there is a definitely a nudge toward, just learning technology and going for a job switch. Um, and we'll see the energy underneath too, but it feels like because you're gonna figure out what you want before you go get an MBA and you're not really sure what you want and you're kind of living trying to live up to what the mind wants, it's gonna take you in a different direction, right? So, I mean, you'll end up going in a different direction eventually than what the mind wants, and then you'll be like, "Oh, I should have waited." That's kinda what I feel is coming in here. The energy under the MBA, yeah, the 2 of cups. Again, that's that power of emotional choice. No wrong choice, just different choices with different experiences, different outcomes. Do you have the Wheel of Fortune? I feel like it's eventually here. You'll learn through anything. Yeah, but with the Knight of Plants, the Knight of, um, Wands, this is about following your passion, not following the mind. There is a little bit of energy about waiting here, um, with the, like, not rushing into something with this Knight of Wands. It's about pausing before you rush in, um, and this Aries energy can make us wanna act, act, act before we think, and before we're sure, and then we end up, like I said, changing directions later. For the learning the technology and the job switch, what they want you to know about here. We got the Ace of Cups. Yeah, because this is following something, following your heart again. You got the King of Fishes, the King of Cups, the balance between your head and your heart, and the 7 of, Pentacles, which is this energy here. Sometimes it's, the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. But there's also an energy of once you see the fruit of things, you decide, I really don't want that. I want something else. And that's the kind of energy that's in here, which I feel like they're kind of that's that underlying guidance as well is, wait on the MBA because you're not sure what you really want to do yet. So instead of just getting one to have one, you're going to be learning, getting into the nitty gritty of jobs and different things that you're going to discover more of what you're wanting to spend that time and money on getting the MBA. Let's see what else they have here for you with your shamanic healing. And you got anger, a wasp, number 28. It's not a busy bee, it's a wasp. Let's see what this is here. So, a very strong and primal emotion, anger sometimes catches us by surprise. At other time, it seethes just under the surface, simmering along while until it boils over, scalding anyone who's close. Anger is based in fear, fear of loss of control, fear of not being loved, fear of being judged, fear of not being enough. I feel like they're bringing this up because these are the things that are controlling when we're trying to make decisions from our mind. These are the fears that are kind of fueling that. When anger enters your life, be it yours or someone else's, go beneath the surface and try to address the real fear that has triggered it. Anger doesn't go away without addressing the underlying fear. Alternatively, beware of someone's anger directed towards you. And I feel like that's the big thing is that we fear we're going to let someone down. People are going to get angry with us. We don't do the thing that is the right thing to do, which is different for everyone. This person's right for you is different than this person's right for you is different from that person's right for you is different for right for yourself, right? So I feel like that is what they have there for you, Sudeshna. Hopefully that helps in your little adventure there. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. All right. Sorry, let me just crunch here. Crunch, 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 crunch. So, Jojo, I'll get your free question on the list here. And Deb's in the house. Hey, Deb. You're back at Cape Cod. How fun. Right? Beautiful full moon energy. I'm glad you're out in your nature. I love it. All right. So we're on donations. Got Maria P up next, then Lauren, and then Guide, and then 2 for Shanji is where we are at, just to keep you guys in the loop. So Maria, you're 10157. Here is your timestamp, and your question is down here in the PayPal. There it is. All right. So thank you for your donation. See what we got here. So Wally's feelings and thoughts towards you today. Okay, thank you. And then yesterday after your date. Okay. And then what's coming for you guys this month? Happy April. A message from Wally. Update on the dark side. What's coming for you at work this month? Dr. L and Dr. B's thoughts for you. Dr. L, Dr. B. And then any new role for you, anything about that. All right. So Wally's feelings and thoughts for you. We got the Justice card. Yeah, I've got this Libra energy that's coming in. Of course, we have a Libra full moon going on right now, but there's clarity around relationship. It's positive energy. I feel like they're aware of the balances and imbalances that are in you guys' relationship. But I feel like with the Justice card, because it is Libra mind energy, they're in their head a lot, or they were, for the most part, thinking about things and kind of not in the heart. I feel like they're very much in this air energy, which being pulled into the air energy like we all are with a full moon, we all might be doing a lot of overthinking or thinking, analyzing things, being aware again of that balance and imbalance. After your date, got the 4 of Cups, got this stable emotional energy coming in. So I feel like I don't know. And it makes sense with this full moon. Just kind of feels calm. There's like this calmness that's coming from them. Just emotionally, mentally, I feel like they're in this balanced state. So enjoy it while you can. What's coming for you guys this month? You got the 9 of Plants, the 9 of Wands. So there's a little bit of realizing what obstacles are standing in between you guys moving forward. And I feel like there is some clarity that comes in with that. A lot of perseverance energy that comes in with that, which is good. So I don't feel like there's anything, um, you know, scary about this card at all. It just feels like you're trying to get through a barrier. And there's this perseverance. Don't give up. Just trust and enjoy the moment as much as you can. The 9 of Wands really talks about remember, step into your power, because when you step into your power and you take one of those wands that's creating the wall, you step into your energy, and what are you choosing is what you draw in and how you experience it. You can't choose for them. You can't choose for anyone else. You can just choose for you. And I feel like that's a big energy for both of you, is learning that you are creating a joint experience, but how you each individually experience it is up to you individually. You can't control how they're interpreting it or experiencing it. You can only choose how you are. So there's a little bit of realizing your self empowerment in the relationship is wonderful. A message from Wally. You got the Judgment card. Yeah, there is this seeing things from a higher perspective with the Judgment card. This drawing, this pulling that's here, and they're reminding me that I feel like there's, um, something that they would like to live in, a dream that they have. Remember, we talked about that before, like they have a dream they haven't talked to anyone else about. And I feel like they would like to tell you, but I feel like with the arguments, what they're bringing in is the argument that you guys had about his job. He doesn't feel safe that he could share his dream, because there's, there's still this conflict of you wanting them to do something a certain way, and when they don't, you get upset. And so they're like, "Well, I can't tell you about my dream because you'll try to tear it apart if it doesn't match up to what you're wanting." That's the way they've experienced things in the past with everyone else, so that's the way they think that you would do it. So if that's not what you think you do, prove them wrong, right? Support them in their dreams, everything they're doing on a daily basis. The more you're consistent about supporting them and what choices they're making and what they're wanting in their life, then the more they'll share with you. The more you focus on your expectations that aren't being met, the less they'll share with you. That's what happens in a relationship. And I feel like that's what they would want you to know. Updates on the dark side. We got the Four of Plants, the Four of Wands. Yeah, again, here's that joy celebration energy that I feel like it has to do with um, they're all focused on their son's graduation right now with this joy and celebration. This is all it's about, is get to that day. That's what the focus is over there. What's coming for you at work this month? You got the Three of Feathers, the Three of Swords. There's a little bit of expectations equal disappointment coming in here, but I feel like this is more, not so much that, there's going to be this um disappointing thing. I feel like they're just having you focus, with this, like, lesson that you're gonna have, with work this in the month of April, is realizing when you expect things, that's where all the disappointment and all the kind of struggle and the conflict comes in. But when you try to let go as many expectations and focus on gratitude, that you see the changes and the difference that it makes for you at work. I feel like that's the kind of the classroom that you signed up for this month for with work. Dr. L's thoughts of you, 10 of cups. Not 10 of cups, sorry. 10 of balls is 10 of pentacles. Abundance, fullness energy. I feel like right now they're happy with who you are. With that 10 of pentacles, that's an abundance card. Dr. B's thoughts, got the 10 of feathers, another 10, the 10 of swords, which is letting go of expectations, um and I feel like that's just an important thing to know from them, is they don't have this high bar or anything. They just look at people for who they are, not like, not, they don't like judge people. I feel like that would be more Dr. L, that they have, you know, here's the 10 of pentacles. They're like, all right, check, check, check. You checked off all the boxes. Good job. You met my expectations. Whereas I feel Dr. B is like, I don't have any expectations. They look at who you are, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's not anything negative about that. What about the new role for you? You got the 5 of swords. There's conflict energy between your head and your heart here. And I do feel, again, I feel like there's gonna be like a choice to come up in roles, and your head's gonna tell you, "Go for this one." Your heart's gonna go, "Oh, I really would like to do that." And so just know I feel like you are gonna have a choice between 2 different positions or, roles, responsibility kind of energy, and, you can either choose from the head and feel like you're existing, and maybe it's good money, maybe it's a, responsibility in a position that your mind thinks is what you should take, but your heart's gonna go, "Pfft," it really wants to do something else, right? So, whether that's at this job or somewhere else, I feel like that's a big piece of what's going on with work. Your fortune cookie is changes. Yeah, a lot of beautiful change. That's the thing you can, of course, always depend on in this lifetime is change. Says, like ripples from the smallest drop of water in a pond, the smallest of changes in one's life can bring about the greatest rewards. Think about changes you can make in your life. These do not have to be grand, sweeping changes. Judicious, small changes can add up to life changes after time. Think about small changes you can make now that will add to your quality of life. Clean out clutter. Commit to walking every night after dinner. Cut out processed fruits from your life. Alternately, big changes are coming your way. We knew that, but some good big changes. Everything is always for you, so nothing to fear if you don't want to. All right. So that's what they have for your donation. So thank you for that. And we will circle back around for your free reading here eventually as well. All right. All right. So cheers, everybody. I'm taking a sip here in a minute. I'm all going. So cheers, everyone. So glad you're here. Thank you for all the thumbs up too. Help spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful to be part of the love tsunami with you. All right. So Lauren Light, you are up 112.45. So Lauren, thank you for your donation via Zcash app. And let's find your question. Oh, actually, I put it over here. Actually, I think you said something else. I wanted to make sure I caught that too. So we got that here. Yep, stepping into worth. Here we go, right? Woo woo. You also got another job offer more than ever. So even if he's towering, you're thriving, right? I love it. And then you got the crow. All right. Hello. Hello, Lightbringer. Hello, Lightbringer yourself. All right. So we got 3 questions here. Let me split these up. So for my old man eyes, it's easier for me to, there we go, on my little screen here. Right? All this Aries energy. So we'll find out what's going on here. So your boyfriend shut down. What else is new? Right? It is every full moon, right? Ebb and flow, ebb and flow. Supposed to be moving. He broke up via text and radio silence tower moment. Oh, that's kind of normal for in that, right? I mean, this isn't like the first time, right? I feel like this is like their pattern. This is what they do. A little puppy I'm seeing like a little puppy that gets too close to a electric fence, burns their little nose, and then yay, 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 yay. Right. Oh, he hasn't gone this extreme. Well, it is a full moon in Libra, which Libra does bring out the instability and the stability, the awareness around our instability and stability in relationships. with others and ourselves. So very powerful Libra energy that's, doing stuff right. Uh, yeah. Well, I'm glad you did it before you moved. Right? But we'll dive in here and see what the hell's going on. So, yeah, we'll find out what we got here. We'll find out here because it feels like um have you ever been gonna move before? Like seriously, like here I come energy? Yeah, yeah. Because I feel like this is his big fight or flight really kicked in, right? Not just an electric fence, he got the shocked on his his gonads. The little puppy, he didn't just get his nose, he got the other the other thing shocked. All right, let's take a look here why. So let's find out what's going on here. What can we know about the why that's happening here with them? Just feels like a lot of fear energy. Um, so where's he at now? Okay. Yeah. And then the unseen. I feel like these are the unseen below there as well. So I feel like I want this one too. All right, let's see here for question one. Yeah. So bottom of the deck, we do have the seven of fishies, seven of cups, which is a lot of emotional confusion, which does come about when we're in fear, right? That's where confusion comes in when we're are human. Our little inner child feels unsafe, out of control, uncomfortable. And then I feel like all this emotional confusion, it's almost like I'm seeing like how a fuse goes, it's overload, shuts down. That's why no emotion. That makes sense. Why it was so overloaded that it just, the fuse blew in their emotional center, which makes sense. So let's see what's going on here. So why? Why? What's all this about here? Yeah, well, full moon. We got moon energy here. So this Libra full moon feels like it's a big piece of this moon energy. Just, of course, also, flooded along with it's like every emotion he was feeling, especially around relationship, especially around imbalance, went and blew up, right? So, that's definitely a big piece of it on the surface of why, and it just took them beyond, uh, you know, it's like if they had a little like a nuclear plant that had a gauge, it went up into the red zone that they were like, "Shut down or we're gonna blow," kind of energy, and I don't feel like they've gotten that to this extreme before, emotionally, and that's with that moon energy. A lot of hidden emotions came bubbling to the surface as well there. So that makes sense. Let's see what's below here. We're we're looking at we'll look at where he's at now and more of the unseen, but this feels like these are below the the moon. Yeah, King of Fishes. So King of Cups energy, which the need to balance the heart and the head, but way out of balance energy that's here. There is a little bit of fear of I'm not enough, um, because the King of Cups is like a perfect compatible person, and though I feel they see you as someone that could, um, it's like this. I think I've talked to you before, right? About like you're a five. Let me see. You're a five fingered glove, and they're like a three-fingered, this is how they perceive themselves, as a three-fingered hand. Now you, as a five-fingered glove, will fit perfectly for them because you're fitting all 3 of their fingers, plus there's the little floppy other fingers, there's 2 extra flopping around, and they're like, you, can fill me up, but my fear is that you're left empty because you have 2 that you're not being fulfilled." And I feel like that's one of their underlying fears is that, "Yeah, I feel like you're a great fit for me, but I don't know if I'm a great fit for you, and you're gonna end up rejecting me. You're gonna get tired of me after a while." You're like, "Yeah, keep up with this shit, and yeah, I will." Just kidding. Mostly. Yeah, he doesn't see his worth. Below that, yeah, we got the 3 of, pentacles here, which is it's interesting that this comes in here with it's it's about creative energy. It's usually being true to your authentic self, but I feel like this has to go into their mind and their unique mind that they have. Um, and, there is this, um, instead of his authentic self, it was like, I need to be able to be my, and they're saying autistic self. And so there is that energy of like, I have to be able to be me and I have to be able to do this. And I feel like, um, there's this energy that's here of, um, you know, I feel like and there's those 3 fingers, if I'm only 3 and I've got to be able to be me and I'm not going to be able to be the other 2. Like they don't see themselves ever being able to change enough to where you would feel fulfilled. And I feel like they have this sense that you are putting up with him in certain areas, hoping that they would grow, hoping that they would change. Like uh, you, and I did this where I fell for the potential of who someone could be, but doesn't mean that they're ever going to do it. And I know you believe that they could, but I don't believe they believe they could, add on those 2. Yeah, we got the temperance energy, which, you know, temperance is about alchemy. It's slow and temperament is what they're bringing. It's funny how they're changing the words here because it's about their temperament and they're realizing I'm going to be this way the rest of your life. I don't think I'm ever going to change. And I feel like you've been so patient, and I feel like they feel like you've been so patient, but I feel like that's, below the surface too. They believe your patience will run out eventually. And you're like, what did you just say? Yeah, he went too far this time. Yeah. So, let's see what else we have here. Let's just jump into the other what's below the unseen, and then we'll look at where he's at now. What else is below here? We got the King of Plants, which is the King of Wands energy in this deck. And what's this other one here too? And the Empress. Yeah, this makes sense. So this pretty much kind of sums up what I was talking about, right? You're the Empress, ruler of queens, and he feels like he's a king, but not an emperor. And he feels like, yeah, you'll settle for a king, but you deserve an emperor. And I feel like that is what the root of this so much of this is they're freaking out because it's like you're moving there is what I feel like is a big trigger because they're like, "You're gonna see me all the time, you're gonna be there all the time. It's too much for me. You're gonna see, how I go off the deep end a lot." Um, and and that, you're gonna end up doing this, and I feel like that's kind of what created the panic in him here, because I feel like he wants to it's better to end it now and just cut it off and let you go, and you deserve to have better anyway, um, and if I let you communicate with me, you're gonna lure me back because, you're a bright light for his life, and why wouldn't he? I mean, he'd be like, you can your energy, your love, your light will draw me back to you. And I feel like a lot of it's fear of them not being worthy, right? And fear of rejection ultimately. And then they're like, you deserve better, kind of energy. So where is he at right now? Where is he at? We got the Hierophant energy and the Nine of Plants, the Nine of Wands. So that makes sense. Because the Nine of Plants, the Nine of Wands is about an energy field, a block kind of energy that's there. And the Hierophant, the major arcana ruler of change, the number five energy, coming in here. So he's blocking everything. He's contemplating changes. He's trying to see things from a higher perspective, kind of energy that comes in with all that, right? So he's kind of in this blocked, literally blocking himself away from everyone, trying to figure out what big changes he needs to make in his life. There's also an underlying and a message that comes in here for you, which is the Hierophant is a message of stepping stone, someone that's in your life to help you learn about yourself so that you can move forward into something else right? You'll find someone made for you. Yeah, yeah, right. And the Nine of Wands is, it is a rooster blocker energy. Sometimes spirit will put up a wall for us to realize, that, to have us move on to someone that is in more alignment with our energy. You said like tower energy, and a tower moment happens so that we can have space for something that's more in alignment with our own energy, and clears the blocks to allow us to move forward. And yeah, sometimes it allows us, like you even said earlier that you're on this message. Yeah. Well, best friends don't treat each other like he's treating you right now, right? You might be his best friend, but I don't know so much about that he's yours, I feel like, well, we're our own best friend, right? But yeah, let's see what we've got here for number 2 with his next move to you, and what should you anticipate. We'll see what we got going on here, right? And sometimes that's what needs to happen, for us to be able to see, you know, if you're your own best friend, like if you had a best friend that was going through what you're going through, what would have been your advice to them, right? You deserve to be with someone like yourself. Yeah. Yeah, and we even said it, you'll find someone made for you. And, so but let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what's his next move towards you here? Okay, and then, like, what kind of ripples are coming across what kind of tsunami is coming across the pond from the big boulder that he just threw in the water, right? Bottom of the deck for this, part of the question, you got the 10 of swords, the 10 of feathers, which is ending energy, right? Yeah, he has to do the work. You always rescue, yeah. And now it's time here. The 10 of Swords is letting go of expectations, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. It's almost like there's this release just to let it go. And we'll see what else comes in here with all that. But there is you know, they're going to be them. And I need to decide what I want for me and what's healthiest for me. Um, and I love how, yeah, I know. I love how self-aware you are and that you're like, I'm on a self-worth journey and I'm realizing why am I allowing, actions like this toward me? Because if I don't say that's unacceptable and you need to stop doing that because you're not showing me you love me when you do this. And they're like, I know, here it is again. It's like, so you're telling me you, you know, there's this, that your fears are more important in for your life than I am. Otherwise, you would do the things to change. I feel like they want me to read something real quick here, and this is good for everyone. I read it a little while ago. Let me see here. Here it is. Easy breezy. Found it right away. So I'm going to read this because it's something that I feel like you deserve, and it's something that I feel like will be a great mirror, and a tool to use in any relationship. But it's from an Instagram post from Soul Mind Hub. And they were talking about in Japanese culture, it's called ma, which means intentional space, not distance, not avoidance, not silence as punishment. It's a conscious pause before words are spoken, a moment where nothing is said so clarity can return. So in Japan, when conflict arises, couples don't argue. They don't explain. They don't justify. They don't defend. Instead, they say, and this is when they're in person, right? Usually, let's take a few minutes of Ma. And during Ma, there's no phones, no eye contact, no talking. They sit quietly together until their bodies settle. Only then does conversation resume. Because when conflict begins, the body activates, elevating cortisol, faster heart rate, shallow breathing. You know all this. In this state, logic shuts down. The brain prepares to defend, not understand. When people speak while activated, tone sharpens, interpretation distorts, defense rises. Words spoken in survival mode create scars, not solutions. Research from Japanese universities show that shared silence for 4 to 7 minutes lowers physiological arousal, regulates the breathing, and restores cognitive clarity. The nervous system must calm before resolution is possible. An activated brain attacks, a regulated brain listens. No relationship skills work until the body feels safe. Don't you love that? No relation skill works till the body feels safe. Love doesn't fail because people stop caring. It fails because they speak before their bodies are ready to hear. Sometimes silence is the most protective act of love. So maybe there's some truth in what he's doing, right? Most fights aren't about the topic, they're about nervous system timing. So when your body feels unsafe, your subconscious goes into survival, and survival doesn't want connection, it wants control. That's why you can love someone deeply and still experience hurt with our words because love isn't the issue, regulation is. Isn't that crazy? Ma breaks the emotional momentum before the subconscious hijacks the relationship or conversation. Silence doesn't have to be cold. Silence can be a reset, a pause where your body says, I choose us over my reaction. That's the big thing they were bringing through. You deserve someone that chooses you over their reaction, but they can't control their reaction. When you do this consistently, you teach your partner's nervous system, you're safe with me, even in conflict. And I don't feel like you feel that way. You don't feel safe in conflict because immediately you feel the rejection. Your nervous system is like, I don't trust you. In the West, silence is often seen as cold or passive aggressive. In Japan, ma is a promise. I won't hurt you with an overheated mind. So maturity isn't saying everything immediately. It's knowing when not to speak yet. Calm first, words second. So I love that. Powerful, right? I'm falling off my chair here. Oh, I have to crack my back. Hold on. Oh, there it went. Ah, very good. Yeah, so good. And so I wanted to share that. That's what they were bringing in. So, bottom of the deck, 10 of swords, letting go of expectations, but I feel like it's realizing that you deserve more too. Maybe you need to can move to Japan. No, just kidding. You're like, "Ah, I love Japan. All right. So his next move towards you based on his current energy. So we got the 5 of plants, the 5 of wands, which is drama and conflict energy. We've got the 5 of feathers, the 5 of swords, conflict, mental conflict energy or communication conflict energy. And we do have the lovers card here as well. Conflicted over all this, really. And we talked about the fives showing as a like a what I call stepping stone energy, which is someone that teaches us what we want to see about ourselves until we see it. And that's why the repetition of the same action showing us how am I silencing myself? So whatever you feel like they're doing to you in these moments, something that you can look at if it resonates for you was how am I doing that to myself? How have I blocked myself, etc. So let's see what else here. What else can you anticipate? So you got the justice card here coming in, balancing energy. You've got the 9 of plants, the 9 of wands still, blocked energy here, and the 3 of fishies, the 3 of cups. Let me see what the underlying energy under these are here too. And you got the ace of pentacles, which is a new opportunity that opens up here. I just feel like they're gonna have conflict, conflict, conflict. And I do feel like they'll reach out to you, right? Because it feels like conflict, conflict, but then this balancing energy kicks in. They have it's like the 3 of cups is like they have their emotion, like joyful emotion return, and then they reach out kind of energy. But I feel like it's gonna continue to happen until we see what we're wanting to see, and and to see if this is, um, if this is something that you wanna continue to experience over and over again, because it just feels like it's just gonna continue. Yeah. Something about the 10 of swords too is because I feel like they feel they'll never live up to your expectations. And it doesn't even matter if you have any because the expectations they think you have over them are the ones they have for themselves. So there's this little Lorna Light, it's this little Lorna Light Barbie doll in their head that speaks to them about their disappointment and um, yeah. So I feel like it doesn't matter what you do. It's that he's got all these things set in his own head, that's there as well. I feel like I want to give you a fortune cookie for this and then another one for your number 3 question. But I feel like these both have to do with him and the situation here. Let's see what other energy they have here for this here. Yeah, struggle. No kidding. 32. Is that like a something swimming upstream? Let's see what we got here. It says struggle is a part of this life, so much so that you probably know people who seem to constantly attract one struggle after another into their lives. This is their comfort zone. While struggle is natural, it is natural only so far as it lends itself to learning lessons and overcoming interpersonal challenges. Beneath every one of these struggles is the gift of enlightenment, the satisfaction of a lesson learned. Use this knowledge as the light at the end of your dark tunnel. What lesson is this struggle teaching you? Alternately, after a brief setback, this situation will start to right itself. Yeah. Yeah. And here it is. The what lesson is in this? And like they said, they'll continue to show this over and over again until we're like, all right, what am I trying to why did I want this to happen for me? What am I learning in this cycle of rejection, right? The cycle of when, you know, when they freak out and then how is my fear being reflected back to me, you know? And it's like, well, they fear rejection, but they're rejecting you and you yeah, you have to flow. It's like letting go of all the expectations and going, "You know what? You know, um" but even having like he has to shed, that's an expectation, right? It's like, um, it's it's you determining what you're learning and growing through it all and, what if you're what kind of, boundaries that you put around it and go, "Alright," because you are, a strong energy. You're a force to be reckoned with, um, and they it attracts them because they want that confidence and that strength that you have for themselves too, but it also scares them, right? Because 'Cause they're afraid. Um, their inner child feels unsafe and out of control, but alright. Let's go on to number 3 here. I think you've got what you need with those, but like I said, you deserve to have that, and even if you wanna email me, if you want a copy of that thing I read, I can send you the typed out because I have it typed out. I can send it to you, because that's something that if when I feel like they will contact you, it's like, "Can we do this instead of you rejecting? Can we" "This is the kind of relationship that I would like, if you're open to it, I require communication, not rejection and silence, and this just isn't even acceptable, right?" So, All right. So, what's your power move and blessing? Let's take a look here. Okay. Nothing with that. These leading to this. I feel like this is the blessing. This is what leads to it. All right. Yep. And you've got the 3 of Cups as your underlying energy. Joy, that's his energy too. This is joy, celebration. Follow your joy, choose gratitude for what you do love, what is going on, you know, because your joy isn't dependent on things in the outside world. Your joy is your choice, right? You get to choose. Um, you don't need something or someone to have your life complete and full. And I feel like that's getting back to your joy and going, you know what? Whether I'm living there or not, and do I want, do I need to have someone in my face all the time? No, I don't. It'd be nice. I have this idea of what I would like, but maybe, this is good for me as I'm, you know, investing all this energy. I have my alone time and I don't have to worry, right? So I like that. All right, let's see what we got here. What's your power move? You do have the 7 of Plants. Yep, 7 of Wands. It's shine, baby, shine. It's be true to your authentic self, not dim your light, not ask permission to shine, not have to defend or explain yourself. You're just going to be yourself. And if someone can't handle it, then that's tells you it. And you don't have to walk around on eggshells, um, and, um, you know, all this, kind of, um, clarity and, um, but shining the light. It's like being a little sun and being yourself here, right? Oh, yeah. In his city. That's funny. You're like, uh-oh. What else do you have here? The 8 of Plants, the 8 of Wands. Yeah, this energy flow. Got the 7 of Plants to the 8 of Plants and the 8 of Feathers, the 8 of Swords. Letting go. You got all these 2 8 energy, which is flow. You even mentioned it earlier about going with the flow. The 8 of Swords is getting out of your head and letting go of the mindsets and thoughts that no longer serve you, those that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And I like that. This energy. It's be true to yourself and let your energy flow and let your mind and your energy flow. But no backing down. Yeah, even the Queen of Plants, Queen of Wands. It's that fire energy, follow your instinct, follow your gut, you're in tune with spirit, follow your energy because you have so much to create that, this is a time of instead of investing, you know, it's like all this energy you have, I don't need to invest it into worrying about someone else. I'm going to focus all this energy into my dreams and impacting the world. And if they come around, they do. If they don't come around, well, then someone else more in alignment, like he said, in my energy will show up and I'll know it. But I don't have to worry about that right now. I don't have time for a relationship anyway. I got stuff to do. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, you got the 6 of Pentacles, which is an abundance energy, a balance energy that comes in with the 8 of Fishes, the 8 of Cups, energy that's coming in here. There is something here. Um, and I think this is in the podcast that comes out tonight at midnight, my time, 2 PM. Oh, no, sorry, 2 AM Eastern time. But the 6 of Pentacles talks a little bit about being aware of our overgiving energy, like why I feel I have to give so much to deserve so little. And the 8 of Cups does talk about some emotions. It talks about letting go of relationships that don't serve anymore. where I'm giving 70, 80, 90% all the time. Someone else is only given 10, 20, 30% all the time as well. And so it's kind of a dual thing of being aware of where my emotional energy is going. And yeah, I'm going to back off and only give 50%. And if they don't make up the difference, then it drifts away and that's okay. And also any of the emotions that I've pushed below the surface that, rise that we're keeping them from rising, which happened when we were 7 years old and younger when we couldn't cry, we couldn't, be angry because they only wanted a happy child, happy and, smiling child, laughing child, not a crying one or, one throwing a tantrum. So we had to push those emotions down. Those are the ones that are sucking up our energy too. But there's something here about part of the reflection that you'll have here in kind of the silence is, looking into the out of balance, why I feel it goes back to what we were taught when we were younger, this way out of balance rate of exchange. I have to give 1,000 love coins to get one back. That's unfair. Our inner child didn't know. It thought, well, it must be what it is. That's what I'm getting. That must be the going rate. No, 1 to 1 is the fair one, right? So I feel like there is a little bit of that that's coming in here, and that's part of your power move is um, realizing that that subconscious below the surface that's, running on, autopilot down there until we bring it to our consciousness, and then we can adjust that, there. Your blessing coming your way. You got the World card, an ending of a major cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, a victory, so that feels amazing. You got the Ace of Fishes, the Ace of Cups, a lot of self-love, that's a blessing, and the 7 of Cups. For you, this isn't emotional confusion, this is about so many dreams that you can pursue here, so many different dishes that you can eat from, and you realize I almost feel like that's like an emotional an emotional buffet that can come here as you realize because you've got all this emotional and physical and financial blessing waiting to come in, but it's that inner child that kinda keeps it at bay because it's like, "We don't deserve that yet." Interesting, and underneath the surface of all that, yep, the Justice card. So the balancing of things that come in here too, um, and you got all that balance energy. In fact, you just said some balance. "I receive in balance now, I'm deserving." So, I like it. Um, so I know I've got a 6 of Pentacles. So, it talks a little bit about this in the one that's coming out tonight, um, at midnight my time, but if you want something to peruse in the meantime, here's an old one that it's like a short little one when I was doing, like, Take 10 with Zen, podcast, little snippet kind of thing a few years ago, or a year ago, or 2 years ago. Time just goes by so quick. But, you might check out the Abundance podcast when it comes out, late tonight or in the morning. Yeah. Let's see here. What other fortune cookie here? Yeah, self-love. No shit. So let's take a look here. So we always try to think so highly of the ones we love. We even give strangers the benefit of a doubt. But when it comes to self-love, many of us fall woefully short. To love oneself is to accept imperfection, embrace learning, and battle through the all-consuming fires of self-doubt in order to find the energetic balance inside each of us. Be aware of the small, insidious voice that perhaps repeats the negative self assessment you had as a child. Maybe an ex lover or friend put a label on you that you've accepted. These self judgments have no place in a whole, healthy relationship that is vital to have with yourself. It's only when you find your love for yourself that you can sincerely offer love to others. Wow. That's pretty powerful, right? 100%. I love it. So that is what they have for you there, Lauren. I know you mentioned still heartbroken. Actually, right underneath, like right near, not, I mean, it's has two things here, and I'll give you both of these because there's a difference between heartache and heartbreak. And so those are two episodes, again, short ones that might provide some, you know, clarity and messages if you feel like listening to other things too. Because heartache is about like you feel like someone's in pain and you can't do anything. It talks about how you can send them energy. And then heartbreak is us, about the feeling we feel like when we feel like something's pricking our heart, and that our hearts can never be broken, but it still can feel like it because it's fear that's pricking our heart. Talks a little bit about it. I think I had a recent one of my podcasts too that we talked about some of that. Um, so if you get into that podcast playlist, um, then yeah. But at the root of all those lower vibrational emotions is fear, and then we can understand where what's triggering, within us that helps. That's where our healing happens, right? So, all right, my dear. Thank you again so much for your generous donation as always. So grateful to you. And hang in there, my dear. I know, right? Ready for the fire. You're gonna release. That's right. Yeah, and release. This is a great night for release energy too. Just in case people didn't catch it earlier, we've got, of course, Libra full moon happening tonight. In fact, like probably within an hour or so is when it's at its fullest. But this is making the most of the full moon energy. And then I also had the basics of making the most of full moon energy. So if anyone wants to get all their uh, releases ready for the full moon as it comes by to pick them up, those are good videos that can give you some guidance as well. All right. So many blessings. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for your patience in getting to your readings here. And thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. Let me catch up here and make sure that I've got all of the readings here. So, Sean, I think this is one of your donations. Whoops. There we go. And oh, yeah, because there's an additional one. So, thank you so much for that. I seize it now. All right. And then Nancy, hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And just Alice, thank you for your donation. We will get you. Let's see here. What time? Where did these come in here? Okay, it looks like Sean's Cash App came in just right before that. So we'll get you on there. Okay, we got Cat Mia. Hello, hello. We'll get you on the free list here. Okay, and then those are all those. And then Shanji, I see your free croissant. We'll get you on that list here too. Okay. And Jojo, I got your free questions. I think I am caught up here. Like This is your let's take a look here. Do you have any of yours in here? Sorry, just let me make sure I've got all your questions here, Sean. Because sometimes YouTube erases stuff. So I just want to make sure I got all your questions here. Because you got with an old friend of mine, him able to be able to get a deal with the G company. Okay, that's that. What are K's? Two feelings. I got that one. So, Sean, I think I only see two questions from you. I got what are K's true feelings? And I got the general guidance for the month. Okay, I see it. That was number two. I see it now. All right. How can I miss your red hair? I love it. Okay. I think I'm all set now, everybody. So we'll get back into the swing here. Thank you again for your patience and getting to all the readings here. So, guide, you are up next. So 20123. So, guide, here is your timestamp. And let me see here. I don't think. Yeah, I think you put yours in the. Oh, I have it right here. When do you see me moving? I tell you what, the full moon energy must have me discombobulated tonight. Okay, so when do you see you moving? All right, let's see what do we have from the tarot. Okay, thank you. And then also, I'll do a when card here from this deck here. So based on current energies, okay, we got before, and after, and what's this in the middle? All right, we'll see what's happening here. What is this before and after? Okay, I think I get it here. So, whoops. So the 10 of wands, the 10 of plants on the bottom. Now, the 10 of wands energy is an energy. It's like a change of energy. It's an ending card with the 10, but it can be because it can look at this as that poor kitty is burdened by all these, plant pots stacked upon its back, right? Or we can look at it as harvest, right? So some of this they have a before based on, and if like this is if we're focusing on I need to move, I want to move, I fear I won't be able to move. If we're focusing on the lack of it, the what's not happening energy, this is the timing when it would happen. And then if we switch the energy and reroute it into gratitude for what I love about where I live, what I love and I'm grateful for where I live and where I have lived. What are the things I've loved about all those places I've lived in the past? That energy of gratitude draws something to us, whereas that energy of need to, want to, I need to, blah, 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 that pushes it further away, right? So we'll look at that here in a sec, but let's see what else they want you to know first. So that was the bottom of the deck. You have the King of Pentacles. So there is abundance and fullness energy here that comes in. A little bit of guidance in with the King of Pentacles. They learned a big lesson with the Four of Pentacles about when I define my worth by my outside world, I feel unstable because all those things are unstable. Like when I define myself by my relationships, when I define myself by my job, my education, like social status, situations I can get in. So relationships with humans of all kinds, situations and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, where we live, can fit into that. and our possessions. So those 3 buckets are unstable, and this King of Pentacles is about kind of this everything points us back inward to our true worth, inward and upward, where our pricelessness comes in, where we're eternally and unconditionally loved by the higher realms. Nothing we can do to lose it because there's nothing we have to do to earn it. And it's eternal, it never ends. When we define our worth by that, then our outside world perception changes because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So if we see any lack out here, then there's somehow some lack in here that we can look at to set ourselves free from. So I like that message for all of us. Got the Two of Fishies, the Two of Cups. So emotional choice energy, that it doesn't matter where we live, we can choose to be happy wherever we want or make a different choice. There's no wrong choice, just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. I feel like they're giving perception energy because we can perceive this 10 of Wands as a burden or as a gift. And they're kind of bringing that in, the power we have in any moment where we can shift our view. When we shift our internal view, then the perspective, the little film that's projecting out of our eyes into the world changes too. And then these 2 cards came out together. You've got the Five of Swords, the Five of Feathers, and the Four of Cups, the Four of Fishies. Yeah, there's some inner conflict energy with the Five of Swords, our heart versus our head, and a little bit with this Four of Fishes. These are the 3 cups that feel empty of the outside world, and the love from above coming in that helps us with this feeling of stagnation, this feeling of, emptiness and dissatisfaction with the outside world kind of energy too. It's like we got the Four of Pentacles, the Four of Cups brings that message to us, but from a place of emotional fulfillment, not, worth fulfillment to the outside. So all of that said, based on current energy, you do have the Nine of Swords. June 1st to June 10th is movement based on current fears. The Nine of Swords is the nightmare and insomnia card. So this is, when we're focusing in on the fear of where we're living and, whatever the fears are that are rooted in that, then it feels like it's drawing us back to like June 1st to June 10th. If we do that energetic change, then you have the 10 of Pentacles. Even though it says September 12th to September 22nd, this is about stability, family, wealth, and abundance energy that comes in. It's funny, the Nine of Swords is a no card, the other one is a yes card. So it does change that energy. What's in between here? Yeah. And then in May, we have this energy in the middle here. So I feel like you get to move like in May instead of June, but it's a more of an abundant feel that you get to move with instead of one that feels like it's restricting and it's like the difference between like that restricting and abundance kind of energy. So it's not only timing, it's how you experience it all that can make a big difference too, right? Moving to a joyful place or in June to another, place that will teach us the same lessons because that's what will keep happening for us, right? We'll keep on seeing those things. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right, thank you. Yeah, slow but steady. Got the number 3 card here. Let's see what this brings in here. Don't rush the situation. More often than not, divine timing and our timing are not the same. So maybe that September is a good idea. If it's like, well, let me do another 6-month lease, something really good comes up later, possibly, if that resonates. But it says when you try to speed up a life experience, a relationship, or even a project, you circumvent necessary experiences or lessons along the way that will contribute to a perfect outcome. Know that wherever you are in this situation, it's the perfect place for you to be. If this place is causing you anxiety, perfect. Now you can look within and ask yourself, why? What are your fears surrounding this perceived delay in getting to where you want to go? What is the worst that could happen? What is the best that can happen? What if we removed the words best and worst and just let things unfold at their own pace without attaching judgment? Question mark. What if? Interesting, huh? So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So Sean G, we got 3 for you. 1107 is for your first one. So thank you for your donations via Zcash app. So the first one, an old friend of yours, Jay, hit you up and asked if you needed help with anything. You were a bit flustered and it took me a while to respond. Will we meet next week? Will she be able to help me get a deal with the G company? Oh, nice. I love that. Yes, I need help. All right, let's take a look here. So will you meet next week based on current energy, and will she be able to help you get a deal with the G company? All right, let's type those here. Yeah, I like the bottom of the deck. You have the Page of Feathers, which is the Page of Swords, which is new communication, new clarity coming in. I love the butterfly there on their little paw. So I like that energy. Positive clarity coming in, seeing things from a different perspective, new communication. It's good energies. Will you meet next week? You got the 7 of Pentacles. That's the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, but it's also this energy of what was planned doesn't happen first. I feel like you guys plan to get together, but it needs to get rescheduled for another day. But I feel like it is within the week with the 7 coming in. It's like the next 7 days. So I feel like you guys schedule time to get together, but one of you needs to reschedule. Something comes up, and then you guys do end up getting together. But because it's within 7 days is what I hear. Will she be able to help you get the deal with the G company? We got the 10 of Wands energy. Let's take a look here. What else do we got? Page of Pentacles, new opportunity, the energy. So that's abundance. When these are coming out together, we got the 8 of Wands, the 8 of Plants, fast moving, a lot of flow, and the 2 of Plants, the 2 of Wands. To the extent is it has to do with your energy, of course, but when the 10 of Wands comes out with like a Page of Pentacles, because the 10 of Wands can be burden or abundance, depending on how you look at it, right? It's either a burden or a bunch. But when you get the Page of Pentacles with it, which is new opportunities, new abundance, then that's a positive thing, which would be a yes. And fast moving too. But the 2 of Wands tells you, of course, what we focus on. It's about we talk about all the time, right? Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude for what is, for what I have had, for what's happening. And rather than I need this should happen, that needs to happen. Otherwise, I push it away or it's not as big. So the more grateful I am as things are happening, instead of focusing on what's not happening, then I make it bigger. When I start focus on what's not happening, I make it smaller. My energy does. This is what energy does. It just does what it does. It draws in what we're focusing on. So it seems positive. I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one too. Let me just put these cards back in here. Lickety split. There we go. All right. So tell us what else. All right. This one. You've got a new day. I like it. Very positive energies. Dragonfly, if that means something. Sun. Both of those are positive omens. Auspicious. A new day enables us to see in a brand new light. We can see more clearly. That's what I said, right? That swords, new communication, new clarity. We can see more clearly once the shadows of fear and doubt are brushed away by the light of creation. Once the initial shock of discovering the duality in a situation has worn off, you can find comfort that there truly is no bad or good. It just is. When this is realized, the possibilities for the outcome of a situation become endless. This card also advises to wait. Everything regarding this situation has yet to unfold, which makes sense with that Seven of Pentacles. Even if it goes beyond, for some reason, beyond the 7 days, it's worth the wait. But I like all that energy because it did talk about the duality. If I focus on lower or focus on higher, I'm the one that makes it bigger or smaller. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for El Numero Uno. So thank you for that. And then for number 2, we're at 21636. So that is for your second one. And general guidance for the month of April. Happy April, everybody. So what do they have here? If I think of these 3, I do want these. 2, 3, 2, 1. You have a countdown to something here. Let's see what this is about here. So underlying energy for April, you have the number 4, which is the 4 of Cups, which this does have to do here with some stagnancy. They didn't want to define it, just stagnancy moving. And that makes sense with this 3, 2, 1 countdown. And April is a big month. Okay, let's see. You had one card before we did the 3, 2, 1, which is the Judgment card. Yeah. So there's like this calling, this pulling to something that feels like it's something that's been being pulled from within you for a while. It feels like, though, this isn't something new. I feel like you're being drawn to something and it's been happening for a while. But April feels like a month with all this positive astrological energy and Aries new moon and this birthing energy. I feel like you're really going to be drawn in April to something that's kind of has felt stagnant, that's been kind of put on the back shelf, is ready to be brought off the shelf. The 3, 2, 1 energy, the 3 that you have is the 5 of Pentacles, which is an energy of belief in lack, not having enough, not being enough. But you've got the Page and the Knight of Fishes, which are the Page and Knight of Cups. So movement of emotion. It's like your heart has been wanting something, but there's this lack energy that has felt like, well, I don't have the time or the money or the energy. Just you felt like you were lacking something where you couldn't move on this emotional energy, and that's why it kind of felt stagnant. It was put on the back burner. Now it's getting ready to move forward. You move into the 5 of Plants and the 2 of Feathers. Yeah, so the 5 of Plants, the 5 of Wands is this change of energy from low vibration to high vibration. And the 2 of Feathers, the 2 of Swords, is this battle between the head and the heart that's been going on here. Yeah, it's a lot of conflicting energy with the 5 of Wands and the 2 of Swords. The mind and the heart have been battling for a while. I feel like that's what happens in April. They've been battling for a while. The heart was kind of put in a timeout because it's like, "No, you can't do that. We don't have enough." It's like your little inner child. She was told, "No, we can't do that." And they're like, they cried and they it even looks like they're covering up their hand like they were crying, like, "No." And but now April is like they've had enough. Now they've gone from pouting to tantrum, and they're throwing a tantrum. The heart's throwing a tantrum with the mind. And there's this battle that's going on here in April for you to do this. But guess who wins? Got the Page of Pentacles, which is abundance and a new opportunity for it to come forward. So I do feel like that's a big piece of something that you've been struggling with to try to want to bring forward and be creative. That something that's been put on the shelf is being brought off the shelf by the heart because the heart is having a rebellion that comes forward here. Yeah, this death and this rebirth. I love the cat. It's broken out of the cat carrier. It's time. It's been hissing enough. It's like, I want attention now. And I feel like that is something that comes to fruition. It's again, it's this pull and this nudge from the heart that wants to come forward. And this is the month that is very supported in doing that. So that's one big thing I feel like they want you to know about. It's significant for you for this month of April. See what your fortune cookie is for this one, too. Whoa. Cards jumping all over. You got transformation. Yeah. The caterpillar is ready to become the butterfly. Master power number 22, which says, after the rain comes the sun, after the caterpillar comes the butterfly. This situation you're inquiring about is somehow acting as a catalyst for a major transformation. If you find yourself questioning or having regrets, don't. Try not to second guess yourself or beat yourself up. Nothing happens that's not supposed to. Many of your issues and situations are not anything to be upset about. They are a path to wholeness. You are the one who infuses drama and chaos into the situation. You're always given opportunities to grow and learn. Growth and learning very rarely come about when everything stays status quo and just as you think they should. Be thankful you have this wonderful opportunity to transform and heal to a better and higher rate of vibration. I love that too, because this is so much what we were talking about. Something that's been put into a cocoon is ready to arrive as a butterfly. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for number 2 for you, Sean. And then for number 3, we got 22258. There we are. All right. And this is what are K's true feelings for you. He let go because he was treating me how I would, he wasn't treating me how you would like. He randomly, to me and all right. So you communicated back and forth, but no answer. Okay, I get you. So what, based on their current feelings here, what is this here? You're actually up next, Alice. I'm close to 2:30. But I'm going to, I was just thinking, I'll do yours before I start free readings. So you'll be up next here after this one. Yeah. So what are Kay's true feelings for you, Sean? Let's take a look here. See what's going on here. All right. Well, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the 2 of fishes, the 2 of cups, which is a relationship energy. They do, their feelings, their heart is, very engaged. I feel like that's why we got all these other cards. We'll find out what's going on with their mind, probably that's keeping them from acting on their heart, right? Um, so let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the Hanged Man, which is cocoon, right? Trying to see things from a different perspective, transformation, pausing energy. Underneath that, we have the Star card. Feels like they are stuck on this dream come true energy, but I feel like this is what's happening is their dream of their life is transforming. And this is when they're a cocoon, they're letting go of caterpillar ways and transforming into butterfly ways. So I feel like they are in a big time of transformation of trying to figure out what is my dream? Who is it that I want to be with? What is it that I want from life? Blah, 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 blah. So I feel like they're in this bit of a conundrum energy. What else do we got here? We've got the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah, another patience card. Yeah, because the Two of Feathers. So this makes sense. This is their heart being in battle with their mind. And the Seven of Pentacles, last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So a big patience pause energy, like the Hanged Man. So they are in this kind of figuring things out. Little push me, pull me from Dr. Doolittle, right? The mind pulling him this way. The heart goes, no, I want to hang out with her. No, we need to do this. So that's why you get this mixed messages because there's two different sides and they're not in agreement. The heart, Two of Cups, wants to leap. The mind, no, get back here. Let's see what else is going on here. We got the Seven of Plants, the Seven of Wands. Yeah, they're in this. I want to be true to my authentic self. I just got to be me. I got to shine bright. I don't want to walk around on eggshells. I don't want to have to ask permission to shine. I'm just going to be me. And I feel like that's their big thing is that they feel that I can't just be myself. That I I feel like I'm being caged, that I'm not doing things like, and you even said it, right? They're not treating me the way I want to be treated. And they're like, well, there's rules. I just need to be able to be me, is where their mind is at. I just got to be me, you know. Um, you're trying to cage me. And the heart's like, I don't care. It's worth it. And the mind's like, no, let's see what else we got here. Ace of Plants, Ace of Wands, and the Magician. Yeah, they're very much, there's a lot of this passion, passion, passion energy that's here. And, this, I like to be the one, I like to be the divine masculine energy. I like to be the one making decisions. I want to be the one leading things. And they're just not used to someone being with a strong, powerful woman. Let's just call it what it is, right? You're like, I'll share the power, but I'm not giving it away. And I feel like that's a big piece of it here. Yeah. We do have the Nine of Pentacles, which is this being alone energy, preferring. And I feel like that's if they feel like they're going to let someone down, they'll prefer to be by themselves. That's how their mind escapes rejection is, if I feel like someone's going to reject me and I'm not going to live up to their expectations, then let me just step away. And then their heart goes, when their mind's asleep, their heart goes, come on, let's do this. And then they reach out and then the mind wakes up. What are you doing? Kind of energy. Yeah, I do feel like here with the Nine of Pentacles in the Tower, this is someone being removed out of your life on purpose for a purpose, with this energy. And um I just feel like um it's a good decision just to let go. What are you learning from them, right? What have you learned about your emotions in it? Because they're a mirror. Everyone's a mirror for us, right? Reflecting back to us what we want to see about ourselves until we see it. And so there is an energy of you know, what what am I seeing in this reflection? So when we're saying he wasn't treating me how I would like, We can ask ourselves, how am I not treating myself the way that myself would like? It's like, ooh, so there's some beautiful reflection possibilities here too. Let's see what else they have here to say about this connection here. Nope. Okay, thank you. And we have unlimited possibilities. Yeah, I like this 19. It says, when fall turns into winter, the leaves fall from the trees. Birds fly south. Plants go dormant. Some even die, having lived the life they were meant to. Do we ever panic and wallow in the fear that this is it? There will never be another robin singing. There will never be another ripe tomato. No, we don't. Why is that? We know that after winter, spring will return, followed by the bounty of summer. It is so in your life. At any given time, there are unlimited possibility for you and yours. Many different paths to take, many different options available. Do not get bogged down into thinking in a linear fashion. Open your eyes and your heart and feel the power your free will and choice brings to you. Make your life what it is meant to be. Yeah, you make your life what it's meant to be, right? What you want. I like that. Yeah, so that tree dies. There's a forest. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sean. Hopefully that helps understand where they're coming from there at least. Right. So many blessings. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Shout out to your grandma. I always think of her with your donations ever since you told me that that's what that number meant of like, peace out, grandma. All right. So I only have one more donation here. Um, and I'm going to complete that. I know I'm like at 231, but I'm going to complete that one. And then any other donations that come in, I will complete after I do 30 minutes of free readings. But I am going to complete Alice's here real quick. Not real quick, but in a timely manner. All right. So Alice, you're at 232:11. Here is your time stamp. Thank you for your donation and your little cha-ching little emoji that's there. And let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. So let's take a look here about Kyle's thoughts and feelings about you. Let's look at the thoughts. Okay. And I feel like feelings here. Okay. And does he want to take it to the next level with you? Okay. And then what's up between him and other girls? Okay. Just one card for that. And then we'll exclusively, yeah, ask about his girl best friend. Oh, okay. Let's anything else we can know below the surface here. I think I'm sorry here. All right. So the bottom of the deck, representing the overall energy regarding them, is the Eight of Wands. A lot of passion flowing energy, right? So, and I think we get these cards a lot for them, don't we? About a lot of passionate expression because they're not able to express from their hearts. They've got a lot of passion that flows, right? So their thoughts towards you, we do have the Six of Feathers, the Six of Swords. They are looking at things. It's like their mindset is changing. It's letting go of old ways of thinking, look at things from a higher way of thinking. Feels like there's a bit of clarity that comes in here because it is about moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. So feels like something in their mind is clicking a little more because we talk about that he has a lot of expectations of what he wants from a relationship, right? And I feel like it's slowly they're seeing things a little different. Um, so that's good that their mind is altering a little bit, but it doesn't feel like it's like I'm seeing like, how there's like, I don't know why they're showing me this, but oh, I understand why they're showing it. If you ever have like on your computer and you have like 99% of the storage is being used and you delete and delete and delete all the stuff and it's like 98% is being used. You're like, all of that, it only reduced it by that much. That's what I feel like. It's only reduced their expectations by a small percentage coming in here. What about feelings? What's in their heart here? So we do have the Page of Feathers, so more mental energy. Page of Swords is, seeing things from a higher perspective. And the Seven of Pentacles is this slowness here. And with when we get mental energy, when I ask about feelings, that means that the feelings are being overridden by the mind. So the heart isn't allowed to have a voice. It's being held captive in the dungeons, right? And their mind is what's holding it. And the Seven Pentacles is slow. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. I want time to kind of just figure things out and I'm seeing what's unfolding. So it doesn't feel like the heart is moving. It's actually been arrested and put into the dungeon. Let's see here. Does he want to take it to the next level with you? We got the Judgment card along with the Death card. Now, it doesn't, and that we haven't felt that with them here. It feels like they're being called to this other place, this higher, I don't know, that mirage, this process. But I feel like with the Death card, I don't feel like they at this point want to take it to a new level. They're still have everything on pause, investigating more and trying to gain clarity over it, but it doesn't feel like there's a lot of that, energy of action energy. And you got all this 8 of Wands, so it's like, what's happening with that, right? What's up with him and other girls? Yeah, we got Temperance. So it's, this is we can turn anything into a golden opportunity is one of the new meanings that I saw about temperance because it's alchemy and it's it is I can turn anything into a golden opportunity, and temperance is about seeing how things unfold, right? It's that going back and forth kind of energy. um and let's see what else is under here as well. We got the Six of Plants, the Six of Wands. So that is a victory energy, that is a equal attraction energy with the Six of Wands. So going back to the Wands energy, that they're in here. And I don't know, I mean, just kind of interesting with the Temperance card that this particular deck we're using looks like they're trying to attract fish, right? To catch them. He's trying to catch fish. He's slow and methodical, which we know that about the bringing back the dugout and the batter's box, and then the batter up energy that's there. Um, what about his so it feels like there is some continuing, fishing out there. Um, and then what about his girl best friend here? And we got the World card here, which is an ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, victory, fullness, energy. I'll get a clarifier here. What is this new level? What's this new adventure? Because the end of a cycle, beginning of a new one. I mean, does that mean they're breaking up as friends, or are they becoming more than friends? Right. That's the real question. Let's see here. So, what can we know? What is this? What is this evolving into? What can you tell us here? Got the Knight of Feathers, which is more talking, clarity. What else do we have here? Got the Ace of Pentacles. More communication. I want more. I want more information here. Why can't you give me more? Like, don't need to know yet. I feel like we got the 5 of feathers, and there's a little bit of conflict with the 5 of feathers, but we've got this with 5 of swords, energy, but they've got this communication. They got this. I feel like they might have had some sort of fallout, not a fallout, but an argument. But they're not giving me where it's headed here. Because I don't feel like they know. I feel like they're at this edge of this. It's either has to go into, oh, that's the struggle. Okay, I see. They're telling me now. That's the 5 of swords. That there's this battle of either it needs to kind of end as a friendship or it needs to turn into something else kind of energy. But it's undetermined what route that's going to go. They haven't decided yet. That's where the conflict energy is. See what your fortune cookie. Whoa. At least they didn't go flying off the. Maybe I should shuffle this way so they don't go flying off over there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings into. What else can we know? What else can we know? Thank you. Yeah, we've got forgiveness. Number 23. Let's see what we have here. It has been said forgiveness is the greatest gift we can give ourselves. Forgiveness of others, but also forgiveness of self. We are the most critical and judgmental of ourselves. And this inner critic does so much more harm than criticism that comes from others. Forgive yourself for trusting others and getting hurt, for not knowing, for not seeing, for not believing. You are human and you're growing and learning. Human perfection is rooted in imperfection. This card indicates the need for forgiveness in the situation asked about. So it almost is like there is this, this is there a need for forgiveness? Because, they've done something that requires forgiveness, right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. So yeah, we can. I can do that as your free question, or if you want to make another donation to dive deeper, we can do that. I do need to jump to some free readings first before I do that. So we can either, whichever way you prefer to do that, we can dive into and ask that specific energy. Okay. So if you make a donation, well, I kind of made an exception to do your entire reading with others, and this is where I step away because it's 2 hours and 45 minutes now. Um, so I'm going to complete 30 minutes of free readings, and then if you make a donation, I'll jump to you. After that, if it's a free reading, then you'll be at the bottom of the list, and I'll eventually get to that too. So whatever you'd like to do on there. I know. I just everyone else has been waiting for their readings too. So since that's how I do things. So I thank you for understanding. I appreciate you. All right. So Minnie Heel, you're up 243.54. We'll do 30 minutes here. And I'm doing well, Minnie Heel. Hope you're well. A general reading for what's coming next. Let's take a look here. We've got these two. Got the Fool card and a Page of Fishes, which is the Page of Cups. So there is this, the Fool card is about like an ending, like a significant ending has happened, but it's opening up this world of possibilities and for something new coming in here as well. And the Page of Cups has to do, I don't feel like this has to do with love. with this particular reading, this feels like something that makes your heart feel full, something that makes your heart feel excited. Um, and so I feel like there's this new opportunity that's coming up, something significantly ending to make the space, the emotional space to enjoy something. I don't feel like it's relationship. I feel like it's something you're doing in the outside world. I don't feel like it's work related either, anything like that. I feel like it's something like that you're excited about, a passion, something that excites your heart about doing. And it's like this new adventure that opens up. I feel like there's something you're coming across, like a new hobby or a new thing that you like to do out in the outside world, right? So I feel like that's what's coming here for you. And with all this fire energy, this it's getting out, it's trying something new, something brand new, not something like, oh, well, I like to do this. It's like it's a new passion kind of energy that comes in here. And you're encouraged to go do it. It allows you to get out of the house, it allows you to kind of stretch yourself a little bit, that energy that comes in with that. So I feel like that's what's coming next here is this opportunity, and I feel like it's their kind of wink to go and go do that. Because I think they're reminding me of a reading for yours that it's through doing something that you love that you eventually meet someone. I don't feel like it's this time out doing it, but it's in doing this new thing that becomes where you bump into someone where sparks happen, but it's eventually down the road, not the first time. So that's what they have for you, Minnie Hill. So many blessings to you. Cheers, cheers. I'm starting to take a quick sip here. All right. So Swaroop, you're up to 46:47. So here is your timestamp. And coming next week, reading, please. What is coming towards you? All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know about what's coming towards you? Not those. What else? And this one here. All right. So we got the Three of Plants, the Three of Wands, and the World card. Well, it's here this next week. The World card is a significant card about an ending of a significant cycle, something coming to completion in a positive way. It's a victory. It's reaching like a level of something. And then the Three of Wands is now with new information and new awareness, you're taking a different route. So it feels like it's something like, let's say, we'll relate it to work. I don't feel like it's necessarily work related, but that's what they're kind of just example. You're at work and you've been trying to get in to achieve something and you achieve it. And then you're like, all right, well, am I going to try to achieve that again? And you're like, nah, it's not fulfilling me. It's like, well, that was good. I completed that. I'm done. Now I want to try something different. Now I want to move into this department, or I want to try this type of job, or I want this type of education, or I want this type of event. It's something reaching a fruition that you're like, "It was good, I liked it, and I enjoyed it, I'm glad I did it, I'm glad I've achieved it, but that's enough of that. Now I'm taking a different route, and it's supported." Don't be afraid to go, "It's okay that I can go a different direction than I've been going, because that's enough of that," kind of energy. So I feel like that's what's coming up for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. Great. All right, Maria P, you're up to 48:57. So thank you for your donation earlier. Here's your timestamp. So a general for you at work and love. Let's take a look here. Work and love. So work, you got the Seven of Plants, the Seven of Wands, which is you standing out, being true to your authentic self, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending what you're wanting, but to just be yourself, shine bright. And I feel like there's this energy too. It's interesting that this particular deck has 2 choices, right? And I feel like you kinda have that energy that's been coming up that there's gonna be 2 choices to make at work, right? To do this or to do this, and I feel like this is really reinforcing to choose what it is you want, not, "Oh, well, people are gonna think it's stupid that I'm choosing that over that." It's like, "No." Once in, they reminded me when I used to work at for Dillard's way back in the day at their buying office in Texas, and I was a clerical clerk. I worked for a buyer and, I entered orders and did all that kind of office kind of stuff for them. And, um, and then, there was this position out in the warehouse that was open that was behind our building. And I was tired of doing what I was doing. And I'm like, oh, I'll take that. I'll go out and do that. They have an opening. And when I applied for it, instead of me, because it was gonna be a step down, even a step down in pay, it was funny, but I'm like, "Oh, I'd rather go do that." And people were like, "Oh my god, why are you doing that?" But then, because I was doing that, I got on the radar for someone who got me a purchasing agent job, which doubled my pay. And then that position I worked my way out of because I organized it so much. I ended up being over the entire area that I was going to be a little clerk in. So it was like a, a little step this way because I followed my heart. I ended up boom, right? And that's what I feel like this is that energy is when you follow your heart, no matter what you think other people are going to say, follow it because it knows the way. And I feel like that's that energy. For love, you got the star card, which is like dream come true energy. And I feel like this is the energy. Keep your eye on the star. You know, um, what are you focusing your energy on? Balancing it, right? There's this balancing Aquarius energy of the star card, which is, you know, um, maintain this balance, it's the balancing of the chakras, which is maintain an energetic balance. Try to, be aware of where you're investing your energy in each moment with your relationship. Don't be on autopilot because when we're autopilot, we end up in a ditch with a relationship, aka arguments, fights. When we're conscious of the energy we're putting into the relationship in each moment, am I growing the relationship through gratitude and love and joy and higher vibration, or am I shrinking the relationship through expectation and fear and lack energy, right? So I feel like that's important. Yeah, where am I investing um, my energy? So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. Little pink daisy, you're up. 252.43 is for yours. Okay. And what's coming in career life? To July. So between now and July, what's happening with your career life? All right. Oh, well, it looks like you're going to have a kind of a transformation that's coming in. Some things being moved out of the way. I'm gonna show you the cards in a sec, but I wanna explain it first because if you see the card, you're gonna go, but so let me just tell you first, it's for you, and it's things are being cleared out of the way that are not for you to open up space for things that are in alignment for where you wanna go. Because you got both the Death card and the Tower card. Death card is an ending, new beginning energy, transformation energy. The tower is that where something's being moved out of your way for you to make space for something more in alignment, more that will take you further. It's where your soul wants to take you, where you want to go, where they're guiding you. Um, Blowing things out of the pathway so you can move forward. So you're gonna feel and see these things getting blasted, but you just know. There's like, I don't know what movie it is. They're just showing someone walking through a battlefield and things are all getting blown up out of the way and they're just walking and things get moved out of their way and it's just da 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 da, unharmed, untouched, but it's clearing the path for them to move forward. And I feel like that's what's happened between now and July, a lot of clarity, a lot of obstacles being removed, a lot of things, you know, maybe a little bit of uncomfortability because some of the comfortable things that are holding us back are being moved out of the way so that we will move forward. But very positive energies for you. So I like that. So I know, right? If you just got the death card and the tower card, but it's all good. It's always for us. Life is always for us. And when we lose something, you know, it's always an upgrade that we're getting. So I like it for you. So hang in there. That's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. And then free soul humming. You are up to 5512. Here's for your free reading here. So his current feelings towards you, and may he reconcile with you. All right. Current feelings. And based on current energies, will he reconcile? All right. Let's take a look here. Um, his current feelings towards you, you have the death card. I put it in the middle of the deck. It came flying back out. And then will he reconcile with you? We've got the 9 of wands, which is like a barrier, all these are standing in between, keeping them at bay. And I'm getting an energy that feels like the tower card a bit here with this combo because the death card, of course, is, their feelings towards you, they're numb. They've ended it. They're not someone I feel that with this fire energy that burns backwards. If they feel like they've burned the field, like I'm a grass fire, if I burned through it, I have nothing to go back to. I'm on to the next fire and the next fire and the next fire, the next field, the next field, the next field. And the 9 of wands is almost feels like this, spirit, your spiritual posse is keeping the distance between the two of you because they weren't meant to be with you forever. They were meant to show you what you want to see about yourself so you can be free of those things and be able to move forward to someone that is more in alignment with your energy, someone that deserves you and that feels like someone who communicates, someone who um, invest the same into the relationship like you are. So it's that, that, uh, again, it's like, call it a stepping stone kind of energy. So, that's what I feel is happening here. And I know our heart's like, oh no, not them. But if you knew what was coming for you and you knew that what you're learning and gleaning from this is going to give you the growth to have a higher vibrational love relationship down the road, then it's like, okay, I get it. I'll let him go, but I'm going to realize what is it that I learned through my experience. Because I don't want to have to, if I keep doing what I've always did, I'm going to end up with what I've always gotten instead of, questioning and understanding what is this mirror showing me so I can grow my self love, my self worth, set myself free from these thoughts and beliefs that don't serve me anymore, emotions that don't serve me, energy that doesn't serve me, so I can have something instead. So I feel like that's what's coming in here for you right now. So I know that might be hard to hear in the current energies, but just know it's for you. And we'll see it someday. And you'll be glad, you'll celebrate. Woohoo! I guarantee it. Someday you'll be like, oh my God, thank God for unanswered prayers. Because look at this one. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings. Right. Leslie, you're up to 5833. There is your timestamp. Hello, hello. And what this Saturday, please? What energy for this Saturday do they want you to know here? So you've definitely only got the moon energy and the high priestess. Ooh, very much this kind of be to yourself energy with the high priestess that's coming here. We've got this the high priestess steps away, connects to the higher realms. It's a lot of this moon energy. High priestess, we've got of course Cancer and Pisces, all this watery energy that comes in here. So it feels like a very emotional day. Um, be very aware with the high priestess of your energetic buffer to keep emotions. other people's emotions out there, so you know your emotions. You can maintain and balance your emotions and stay bubbled, because I feel like there's a lot of emotion happening out there on Saturday around you, and all this moon energy really amplifying things as well. Wonder what sign. Let's see what moon energy is happening on Saturday. It looks like we're in Scorpio. Water moon energy. Oh, and it's Easter weekend too. Oh, happy Easter, everybody. Um, so big emotional energy with Scorpio, emotional moon energy happening in there. So um gird your loins, get ready for this emotional. And if you can, step away and spend time with spirit, higher vibration emotion as much as you can. Will also keep other emotion, lower vibrational emotion, from making it towards your bubble. Because the more you're emanating higher vibrational, eternal, unconditional love energy and joy and laughter and peace, the more it is. But very emotional day, um, with all this. What kind of emotional day, of course, is going to be up to you. You get to experience the way you're experiencing it, but everyone else gets to experience their way. It's no wrong, no right. You know, just know. Again, gird up your loins. Get ready for this, energy that's coming in. All right. Nothing to be afraid of. Just prepare for it, right? If you know it's going to snow, you will dress warm, right? All right. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Kritika. You're up 301. Congratulations again. I'll respond to your email either tonight or tomorrow. And we'll talk about when I'll be able to complete your free reading. So, congratulations. So, is anyone coming in love life with long term commitment marriage in 2026? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, someone coming around the mountain here. Is there any? All right. So we've got the Four of Feathers and the Sun card. The Sun card, it's of course it's a victory energy, and I feel like it's possibilities with that kind of wands-ish energy that it has. But, there's with this Four of Swords, there's some resting of expectations that would need to happen in order for it to be this year. And what I mean by that is, when we have all the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, we eventually get it down to here where we're at creator. It needs to be this type of person in this timing in this way, blah, blah, blah. They're like, well, that person's on back order for 1,000 years. But if you let go of your expectations, there's someone here that is destined, or that is to be here to come in. um so I feel like they're saying, yeah, that there is a possibility of love, long-term commitment coming in this year, but it's about the mind when it has expectations, focuses on lack pushes things further away. When we let go of expectations and we look at from the heart or low expectations, that's abundance energy. We start focusing on what we're grateful for, what is, and then things start flowing in. So it's about a change of mindset that has to happen in order for it to be this year with this combination. So that is what they have for you right now, and I look forward to doing your reading. Well, if it's about love, we'll dive deeper into that. But we'll see. We'll see what's coming in. Right. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Ravit is up 30351. So Ravit, here's your timestamp. And I am doing good. You'd like a general reading? Sure, let's take a look here. So we got this in here. What does Spirit wants you to know right now? You've got the Nine of Feathers and the Seven of Feathers. Yeah, the Nine of Swords and the Seven of Swords. That's a pretty powerful mental energy. And this both of these talk about uh, conflict of our thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. Seven of swords, seven of feathers. It's what steals opportunities from us. It's the deceiver. It's these thoughts and beliefs that, you know, um, of that things have to be a certain way. A lot of the nine and the seven really talk about a lot of expectations that are being cleared away that we become aware of when we have conflicts, when the outside world doesn't match up to our expectations, we experience conflict because we're like, this is the way it's supposed to be. Well, it's not happening that way. Conflict, right? It's like, why aren't things unfolding the way they're supposed to be? Byron Katie, if you ever have a chance to check her out, she's got a YouTube channel. She's also got a website called thework.com, THEWORK.com. And one of her quotes that I love is, when our mind battles reality, when our ego's thoughts battle reality, right? Our expectations lose to reality, but only 100% of the time. And it's like, because that's happening and it's not matching up here. She also Another thing that she said that blew my mind when you think about it is, she would say, "Do you know how you know that that is what was supposed to happen?" "No, how?" "'Cause it's what happened." Uh, oh, that makes sense, and I feel like this is kinda what's coming in, is this clarity coming in about what is supposed to happen, what's not supposed to happen, and the Nine of Swords is like you're almost exhausted. It's the nightmare and insomnia card, trying to control people, trying to control the outside world, trying to make it match our expectations. A waste of energy. We can't make we're not in control of hardly anything at all in the outside world. And the things we think we're in control of, we're probably not in control of either. The only thing that we can control are our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, our story, our power of story. We're taught a lot about what things are supposed to mean, but we get to choose what it means. And there's this freedom that comes in with this, because as this conflict comes up, that gives us an opportunity to question, why do I believe those things? And then we get to set ourselves free as we realize those are rooted in fear, not in higher unconditional love and joy and gratitude and laughter. We begin to see things from a higher perspective, and we start to set ourselves free from the outside world. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you right now, my dear. So many blessings to you. Let's see how we're doing. 243, that would be 303, 313 is when we'll do it. So 307, we're almost done with the first 30 minutes of free readings, and then we'll go back and finish any donations, and then circle back to finish up the free readings. All right. So is that Sharon? Yeah, Cherry? I don't know. I'm probably murdering your name. I'm not seeing how it's supposed to be. Is that Sharon? Sharanya? You, hey you, here's your reading. I am doing well. Hope you're doing well. Sorry. So you're going through a rough phase. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you get a universal guidance and career and love perspective? Yeah, we can do a quick here. We got one card for love, one card, well, career, and then love. So, for career, you do have the 10 of feathers, the 10 of swords. And the 10 of swords is about, you know, it's like getting to a point, I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations and trying to make everyone live up to mine, and I'm just ready to get it all. Stick swords in me, I'm done. Usually it's someone laying down with 10 swords stuck in their back, and if they're not dead, they're just exhausted trying to control everything outside of them and trying to live up to all these mindsets, all these stories, all these opinions given to them all their life. So with career, there's an energy of get out of your head and into your heart in a way here. Why are you doing what you think you're supposed to do? Anything that sounds like supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be, blah, blah, blah. Anything that makes you feel like you're haven't reached it yet is an expectation, because that expectations is when you get up here, you're at zero. So when you have all this stuff of all that you're supposed to be in life, we feel like we're in negative, trying to get up to 0. And when we feel that burden and that feeling, that fear of failing, the fear of not meeting that, it's because we're living someone else's dream and not our dream. When we step into our heart, and follow our heart, we feel like we're living instead of existing. If we wake up in the morning going, "Oh, crap, I gotta go live my dream today," we're not living our dream. We're living someone else's dream that's been given to us. So we can take is some time to step out of our head, close our eyes, picture yourself walking out of your brain, going down a spiral staircase to your heart, knock on the heart's door. They open up, "Oh, come on in. Long time no see." Since we were 7 years old and our brain pushed our heart out of the picture and go, "We're gonna live by the brain instead of the heart." And then we get to this point where we are feeling like, "Oh, I'm so frustrated and so much fear about this and that." It's like, what would you like to do? What would make your heart sing? Question the thoughts and beliefs. The mind has all these rules about everything, including love. You can apply this to both of your readings. Supposed to be about love, who they're supposed to be, how it's supposed to be, how it's supposed to unfold. We have all this rules that as we step out of our head and into our heart, we have freedom, and then we're able to, you know, move forward. Yeah. I feel like this applies to both of your readings because you even got the ace of feathers. So you got the ending and beginning. See things from a higher perspective, from a place of higher unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude rather than fear of failure, fear of not being enough, not being good enough, being left behind, fear of rejection, all those lovely fears we came here to experience. You're not alone. You didn't fail. We come down here to experience all that so we can understand ourselves and grow and go on these adventures of fear. It's a giant amusement park for fear rides. We're going to end up on some rides of fear. But as we realize, I don't need to go on all those rides. I can follow my heart, you know. Um, and I feel like this is what it's saying here. Seeing things more clearly. Why do I want what I want? And as you start to question those and you release trying to control things that are outside of your control, you come back to you realizing I'm the one that gets to choose the story of what I apply to everything. Because everything in the outside world just is till it gets in here. The noodle maker here, the noodle, someone calls it the meatloaf between our ears, is the one that has the stories. We've been given a lot of stories about what things are supposed to mean, but that doesn't mean that's how we have to look at it. We can change the story, and that's your power here. And I feel like that's what they're saying. Change your story about career, change your story about love. And rather than focusing on what something's not being, which just gives us more of that, the power comes in and focusing on what am I grateful for in my career and in love in this moment? What am I grateful for what I have had? Because that have energy and that gratitude energy draws in more of the same. When I'm focusing on what's not happening, then I get more of that as well. So hopefully that helps. I do have a free podcast series that's linked down in the description box called The Easier Path that talks a lot about, in fact, one coming out midnight tonight's about abundance. The one that came out a couple weeks ago is about love. So if you want to check those out, that's a lot of free reference to a lot of hints from spirit on how to make those paths easier instead of harder. If you want to check those out too. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. So 2:43, 53, 63, 13. We have hit 30 minutes. So I still have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, at least 10 more free readings to do, which I will circle back around. I have one donation so far. Just Alice, thank you for your patience in getting to your follow up. So we'll do that. Then I'll come back here. Let me just make sure I got everyone here. So we had some more people come in. Got Wendy. Hey, Wendy. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list as well. And Nancy, you want to reword your question? I will allow it. So I'll just replace it over top of it. Boom, boom. I know. So generous am I. And we got Tanya Hikes in the house. Hey, Tanya. Good to see you. get you on, whoops, get you on the free list as well. And I think that was all that had come in since then. All right. All right. So let me take a quick sip here since I was on speed mode there. So cheers to you. I like your little devil sticker here, Alice. Let's see here. Your timestamp 3:14:54. So thank you again for understanding about the free reading process that I have. And thank you for your additional donation. So, how strongly does Kyle feel about you versus the girl best friend? All right, let's take a look here at that first. So, how strongly does he see and feel about you? We'll just do 2 cards, one for each. That'll give us like a distinct side-by-side view here. The girl best friend. Are we okay? Thank you. I was like, are you telling me we don't get to know? No. So they said no. Here you go. So okay, what does he like about her and other people that you don't have? All right. Okay. All right. Let's see what this is here. So I feel like I want to just the bottom of the deck. We've got the queen of fishes, the queen of hearts, the queen of cups, right? And it's like there's this energy that's what scares him because, and we've talked about, right, that they don't have a whole lot of self-love. They don't know, they don't understand the the language of the heart. They know the language of passion, of fire, not water. And your water, your huge heart, you have this love energy, and that at first attracts them and then it scares them, and then they realize it's going to be too much. I can't speak your language. um and I mean, because you speak passion, but it's like from a different region because it involves emotion and passion together. It's like passion without emotion. You're like, no, that's all right. But that's what it's their language. And they're like, that's where the thing is that you want huge emotion and they can't give that. They don't know how. I feel like that's just good to know underneath the surface of your reading because that's the bottom of the deck. So let's take a look here. You versus the girl, right? So for you, we got the judgment card here. And for the other girl, we've got the 6 of feathers, the 6 of swords. And it's interesting because the judgment card normally doesn't mean judgment, but for some reason, the way they're bringing it through is that they feel judged by you. Whether you do it or not, it doesn't matter because it's all about what's going on in here, right? We create our own movie, our own story, our own perceptions. And even if you're not judging about what they should be doing and not be doing, and you're not giving enough, and, if you're not, even if you're not communicating any of that, they still have it up here that they're failing because they see you. Again, this makes sense with this. They see you as a huge hearted person and they see them as, you know, the Grinch with the heart 4 times too small, they I can't give you anywhere close to what you are needing, from me, and so you're you're looking down on me. Even if you don't, they think you are, with this energy. With the friend here, the 6 of swords, the 6 of feathers is this energy, and again, they're not bringing in the the standard communications with these cards, which is interesting. Which means that they don't see things the same as a lot of people, because the 6 of Swords normally is about, letting old ways go and choppy waters to calm waters and this kind of thing, but this is about equal communication. Like, I feel like they think a lot alike, you know, meaning that they don't, um, have a lot of emotion. They don't require emotion. I feel like they they think a lot alike in those, kind of that, uh, adventure, that they're on. So they think of things the same way and they communicate and, you know, that they think a lot alike. Hopefully that makes sense. Like you from the heart, they don't need the heart. They're about passion too, because they don't have a whole lot of self-love, and so they're able to really relate to each other, um, in that way. And in that way, they don't feel judged, right? Because they're just like, "Well, you're like me," to his that's why it's his best friend, because we're both broken the same way, you know? Uh, so they don't feel judged because they're like, "Yeah, you don't do it either." "I don't either." But when they like, when they met you and they're like, "Wow, you're the queen of emotion, and I'm like a peon of emotion." And yeah, but I can hang around with my peon emotional friend and feel like we're equal, not feel like I'm in the deficit kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense, right? And we'll see what else we have here. Hey, soul child. Yeah, sure. You can do a super chat. Feel free. So we wanted to know, what does he like about her and other people that you don't have? We'll take a look here. So we have the 10 of plants, the 10 of wands, a lot of passion, like we were talking about, right? Loads of a passion, passion, passion. Fire, they speak my language, right? Um, we got the 6 of pentacles, the 6 of balls, which is codependent relationship energy. Um, overgivers, but what they like here is, I feel like you are, like, if you were, uh, tending toward codependent relationships, you would be the overgiver. I know I'm a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships myself. Um, but the whole thing about that is that the other person on the other end that we overgive to doesn't, sure, they enjoy our overgiving to them, but when they feel they can't keep up and compete, again, that feeling of feeling low, what they like about these others, at least, like, let's say his girl best friend, that they're not an overgiver and that, it's equal. They don't feel like, you know, an overgiving energy. In fact, they would probably end up being the ones that are the takers in relationships, because they don't have a whole lot to give, and they end up having that same repetitive cycle with them too. Now, I feel like with other people, that they tend to gravitate towards overgivers because that's the codependent relationship, but they don't like it, and so they end up leaving them. That's why they go through so many relationships, because they end up having, you know, um so I don't feel like there's all these people that have things that you don't have. I just feel like they only can stand it for so long, and then they can't, that feeling of unworthiness they have to move on from, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, we got the Tower moment here, and this does talk about people being moved out of our way on purpose for a purpose. But what is this? What do they have that, um it feels like that energy, the tower, especially being next to the Six of Pentacles. What they I feel like this is going back to his best friend, the girl best friend, because they've had tons of relationships where they ended or they've been dumped, and they just have that in common that they're always com commiserating relationships, the victimhood energy of, because the tower is that things happen for us, but for a while, we believe, "Oh, it's happening to me." The victimhood is what they really like because they can commiserate, a lot with that. What else? Yep, and the 3 of, feathers, the 3 of swords, heartbreak and disappointment. That's kind of reinforcing what I just said, and the wheel of fortune that comes in here with that 3 of swords. I just feel like they're reinforcing that here because that is that, oh, because it's like the tower card. "Oh, everything that happens in life is for me." And they're like, "No, it isn't." Um, you know, it's where life happens to us. I feel like this is that reinforcement of that message. And then the Knight of Fishes, the Knight of Cups. So this is that romance energy, and it's like they like the pursuit, they like the freshness, they like pursuit of romance and starting it, but when it starts to become how they perceive, I wanna say needy, but to them, that's how it's coming across. Oh, now they want more. In the beginning, they like it when people don't have expectations, because when you meet someone, they're like, "Oh, they're brand new, everything's wonderful," but as we get to talk and expectations rise, they become less and less wonderful. And then they're like, "I don't like that feeling anymore. It feels like I'm becoming less." People are becoming needy, needing more because, like I said, when you first meet someone, no expectations, and they're giving you this. Wow, look how amazing they are. But after dating or just talking, they start to become less and less and less, right? And then they know that eventually it gets here where they're less than, and that's when people dump them, or when they feel when how they feel it, that I'm less than, and then that's what, pops in. So I went deep, but hopefully that brings a little more clarity into all that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that here. And we have omens. See the signs. Card 31. Let's see what this says here. Hawks are messengers, and this majestic bird flies high and reaches the realms of spirit. They bring back messages from both the seen and the unseen. So, drawing this card speaks of focus and intuition. Pay attention to the coincidences in your life right now. Focus on where you want to go. How high do you want to fly? When you see a hawk, someone's trying to get your attention. Pay attention to serendipity in your life. Be glad, for this is a reminder that you are living in the flow of energy, and things will soon shift for you. Interesting. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. And many blessings to you. All right. Why is this just circling here? Hold on a sec. Try that again. There we go. All right. So, hey, Moonlight, good to see you. Hello, hello. We'll get you on to the donation list here. I think you're up next here. Yeah, and so, child, if you're still here, you can do a super chat. All right. So, Moonlight 32858 is your timestamp. Thank you for the donation. Whoop, whoop. Something ran away with your sleep. You're so funny. All and everything spirit wants me to know about the holidays. All right. Hermiting, social, special people. Will I have any energy? Right. Cheers, cheers. We'll dive in here. Hey, Rose, thank you so much. All right. So, what about the holidays? Okay. Well, we'll see here. We'll see what they have coming through here. Hermiting. Let's look specifically at hermiting, social, special people. Will you have any energy? All right. Well, you got the King of Wands, King of Plants on the bottom of the card, which is balanced energy, the King of Wands, but they're the ones that get to decide what they want. It's a good energy just to realize that, of course, whatever you're wanting, you know, um, you know, is what you need to put energy behind and make plans to make things happen. If you're just allowing whatever comes your way, energy, then I don't feel like a whole lot happens because it's going to be whatever you're purposely focusing on, I feel, with this energy. Let's see here. Hermiting. Are you going to do hermiting? You got the Knight of Plants, which is, I feel like you're going to have energy because the Knight of Wands is the horse on fire. It's action, it's movement energy. So I feel like there is activity. I don't feel like you're hermiting. Socially, yeah, you got the two you got the two of balls, two of pentacles, which is a balanced, like two opportunities in the outside world. So I feel like there's two events around the holidays that are getting you out of the house. Any special people? You got the Six of Wands. You got victory. It feels like more group energy than it does um like a individual, because it feels like group with the Six of Wands energy coming in there. Will you have energy? Got the Four of Feathers, got the Four of Swords, which is rest. It's rest energy. Um, so I feel like you have energy, but that doesn't mean, you know, go all the time. Take time to rest. You'll have energy, but also take a nap. Rest up, make sure you're getting rest. If you're not sleeping, like when the full moon runs away with your energy, make sure you take a nap tomorrow, right? Let's see what else they have here about the holidays here. So, oh, yeah, the Six of Plants. So you've got the Six of Pentacles, which is this beautiful giving and receiving energy that's coming in here. And it's a victory energy too, a lot like the Six of Wands. So it's this really wonderful balanced time. Even the Two of Pentacles is balanced time that comes in here too. You have the Knight of Feathers, the Knight of Swords. So there's a lot of movement of communication. So I like that, a lot of clarity, but I feel like it's more a lot of people reaching out, holiday celebrations, wishes. And I do feel like there'll be people like that'll say, "Oh, we should get together sometime." And if you go, "Yeah, we should," and you don't, if you want to go and hang out with the people, like a person, so obviously there's some that you're just gonna go, "Yeah, we should someday," and you don't do it, and they don't do it, and then nothing happens, right? Um, and but I feel like if you want to, like someone goes, "Yeah, we should hang out sometime," and you're like, "Yeah, well, how about, next Tuesday? What are you doing next Tuesday?" It's like you have to take action um, to have that happen, right? So I feel like that's something that they're bringing in here with that combo. And then you have the Devil card here too. I feel like there's something around work with the devil card. I feel like there is something that you might have an opportunity to do, maybe a temporary job or something that comes up, because I feel like there's gonna be someone that's really busy and they ask you just to kinda help out. So I feel like there's a little bit of work available, but not something like permanent, and this I feel like it's just to help out for a few days or a week, something to do around that kind of energy coming in. If you want, you don't have to, but I feel like there's an opportunity of that comes around for the holidays too. So I like that. Where's your moon? Right? Where is the moon? I don't think you got any moon energy in this one at all. Maybe it is going to come up in your shamanic card here. So let's take a look here. Let me put those in here. And then we have the shamanic healing oracle for your fortune cookie. All right, this one here. Nope, no moon, but you got duality. Let's see what this brings in here. Card number 26. So black and white, good and evil, yes and no, up and down, and want and don't want. These are all examples of dualistic thinking. What if you banned these labels from your thoughts for a day? What would happen? Would the world end? Doubtful. Would some person get away with something? No. Would you attach less emotion to a bad situation or drama? Possibly. If that happened and there was less attachment to a situation, you could keep your vibrations higher, which would enable you to deal more successfully with any situation that comes your way. Given enough time, most bad situations work out in the end. It is your choice to be drama free or spend a lot of time and energy wasted on a situation that will turn out okay in the end. What do you choose? I like that, the power of choice energy. So that's good for the, you know, contrast, kind of referencing back to that King of Wands energy in a way, because you get to choose what kind of experiences you have, and whatever you focus on is what you draw more in during the holidays too. So you are the powerful one. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Hope you get some sleep tonight if you so wish. So many blessings. Cheers, cheers. Oh, cheers, cheers. Helps if you have a glass. All right, let's turn that off here. Okay, so Rose, you're up next. Rose, 337:49. There is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like since it lets me. You're welcome, Moonlight. All right. So, Rose, you would love a general reading. Let's see what we got going on here for you. So, what does Spirit wants you to know on this wonderful full moon evening? We're now full mooning it, I think. I think it was like 8:12 or something. So the moon is indeed full right now. So if you're growing hair and fangs, make sure to howl loud, right? All right, let's take a look here. What do we have going in here? What do they want you to know? So on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Balls is what they call it here. And that isn't an energy of stability and home, I feel, for you. Sometimes it can be, this learning about our worth and seeing, that when we define ourselves by the outside world, we feel unstable because all that stuff out there is unstable. The three buckets that we're taught to define ourselves by: relationships with humans of all kinds, situations like jobs, education, that, and things, our bodies, bank accounts, possessions. All those things are unstable. And so when we define ourselves by that, that's why we feel that way. So there's this pointing back to us, but there's this sense of stability, the four walls of the outside world, something about feeling at home with yourself. Oh, interesting. Feeling at home with yourself is the underlying energy. So let's see what that's the bottom of the deck. Let's see what we have here. So you got the Wheel of Fortune. I like this coming out. Next to it, we do have the Three of Balls, which is the Three of Pentacles. I like this. Three of Pentacles. Whoops, sorry. Just hit the microphone. Um, is about being true to your authentic self, which really adds into that being at home with oneself. And this Wheel of Fortune, which is the tuna for you, it's like there's this joining together of these energies. Because when we feel like life is happening to me because I deserve to have bad things happen to me, versus life is happening for me. Look at this wonderful, there's a gift in every moment for me. And even if I can't see it, I know there's a positive that's unfolding because of this. And thank you, versus, oh no, what's going to happen to me next, right? And I like this Three of Pentacles because it's like you've been learning to really step into the power of who you are. And I feel like, as we all start from that victimhood because that's what we're taught growing up. I feel like you really have made leaps and bounds, and that I deserve to have things for me, not deserve to, have things happen, against me, kind of energy. So I like that because it really reinforces that feeling at home with yourself. And you have the Eight of Feathers, the Eight of Swords, which is an energy of letting go of, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. Those that used to make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And this is a celebration that you've been letting go of thoughts and beliefs like that. And you've been raising your love vibration because of that. So it's kind of like this celebration. And then as you move into this emperor energy, the major arcana number 4, again, the stability, the master of stability coming in, which with your 4 of pentacles there is this where the emperor realizes, I'm the one in charge of my empire. I'm the in empire, right? I'm the emperor. I'm the emperor of the empire. And all the people with all their blabbing and expectations and self-appointed advisors telling the emperor how their empire should be and supposed to be, need to be, and have to be, and oh, blah, blah, blah. Everyone having different ideas and different stories. And the emperor finally, whistles, all right, everyone, get out. He says it nicely. Thank you all for coming. You can leave all your ideas and all your opinions in that little suggestion box on your way out the door. I need time alone. I'm the emperor. I'm going to decide what I want. But as he clears everything out of his head, the Eight of Swords, clearing away thoughts and expectations and stories, and getting into my heart. And then in the heart, they decide what it is that I want for my life, for my empire. Right? And then I make a plan and then I put action behind it. So I feel like you're in this time where you've been letting go of a lot of mindsets that don't serve you anymore, and you're in your heart and you're creating this idea of what you want your life to be, and it looks different than your mind wanted before. And I feel like this is a big progression energy. Yeah, you got the Queen of Swords, which here's this balance between the head and the heart. Queen rules over the mind, but behind the scenes, she has heart energy. That's where that balancing comes in. Yeah. And the Nine of Swords, the Nightmare and Insomnia card, which follows the Eight of Swords, the Eight of Feathers. This is, I'm letting go. I'm exhausted trying to live up to everyone's expectations. I'm letting these things go. I'm creating my own story, rooted in my heart, not in everyone else's opinion. And so you've really been stepping into this energy of taking, in a way, your throne back, because it's like everyone, you ever see like the movies where they have people who are, um, manipulating the young emperor or empress, and they don't know any better, and they have people puppeting them, and they're just like, "Oh, okay, I guess that's what I'm supposed to do." And then there's that time in the movie when they suddenly, when they've really got beaten down by something, that they become and step into their power, and this is the energy I feel. You're stepping into your power, and you're not listening to these advisors anymore, and you're declaring your authority over your own life. I like this for you. Yep, you got the sun card coming in, this very bright, bright energy, and the star. You got the sun and the star. Hope, hope renewed, and abundance and fullness. The sun guiding you by the day and the beautiful star guiding you by night. So, major arcana energy here. You're really realizing what your true dream come true is. There's a bright light of the sun shining upon it, which is bringing in all of that clarity for you. So I like this. It's a time of abundance and fullness where you do feel like your life is brighter and more full of hope. You do have the high priestess as well as the 10 of feathers. You have the 8, the 9, the 10 of feathers. So I love all this because you're even letting go of some expectations. This high priestess, she steps away from everything, goes up into the high priestess temple to connect with the spirit world, right? And to look behind the veil, look below the surface, dive deep into her own emotions, finds the hidden and the unknown. Very spiritual energy. And that 10 of swords is even in the spiritual, you're realizing the thoughts and the beliefs and mindsets that had restricted you before, and you're realizing there are no restrictions. The only restrictions that come in are from human ego minds created over time, all that's supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. Our human side, our ego likes to define, it likes to constrict, it likes to control. And when we realize the power of who we really are, and that's what you gain in that high priestess, is the connection to the higher realms. You're seeing things from a different perspective than you ever have before, which is what has allowed you to let go of some old mindsets that's freed you from the chains that have held you back before. So you're in this movement energy. I like this. I love that, stepping into your power like a young empress who was manipulated by very strong, overpowering advisors, and now you've realized your power, and they realize you've realized your power, and they're like, "Oh crap," and you're like, "Yes." Your fortune cookie is retreat. Card number 40. Here's that 4 energy again. Let's see what this brings in. I feel like this is high priestess energy, right? This is a good time to retreat into your safe space, a quiet time to gather your resources for what's to come. Work on making your body, mind, and soul as strong and unencumbered as possible. This is the card that urges you to get your ducks in a row for the changes that lay ahead. Changes sometimes come fast and furious. Even when they are longed for, it can take us unprepared. By drawing this card, you're advised to prepare for some changes coming your way soon. Alternately, take this time to process the changes you've recently gone through. I feel like that's more of the energy. I feel like there'll be more changes that'll happen as you have changes of mindset, but I feel a lot of this feels like that high priestess where you're stepping away to see things from a higher perspective, and but stepping into your power definitely feels there. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again for your donation. And I love that for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So child. Hello, hello. Thank you. I do see your donation came through Zcash app. So we'll get you on the list here. And then Alice, thank you for your additional donation. I'll get you on the list here too. And let's see, did anyone else? No, I don't think anyone else came in. Nope, nope, nope. All right. So I don't see a question on your donation. So if you want to pop your question out there, Soul Child, you'll be up next. And then after that, Alice. And then I do just have here, let's see, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I've got 12 free reading requests that we'll get to after I finish up donations. So we will get to those, everybody. Hang on. I'm just going to take a sip of my old coffee here. All right. So thank you guys again for all the thumbs up. Greatly appreciate all of your love and support. It's a way you can support my channel for free. Helps spread the Zen love. It helps my channel get out in front of more people as well. So thank you. Thank you. All right. So Child, I see your question. The 3:50:31 will be your timestamp here. And you want to know how Tay is currently feeling about your relationship. He was wrongfully arrested, but the court didn't give him bail. Oh, no. We're not in the best place before this. Okay. Let's take a look here and see what we got going on. So, how is Tay currently feeling about your relationship? Is that going to determine if you try to break him out of jail or right? Just kidding. All right, let's take a look here. So how is he currently feeling here? And then we'll just throw a couple in here about how is this going to unfold for them in that situation as well, or what you can know about this situation at this point, right? All right. So below the surface, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Queen of Pentacles that comes in here. They call it the Queen of Balls here, which, it's an energy of like Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, sensuality, but very nurturing person. And so they saw you as this person that was nurturing, that provided a lot of love. I feel like you're like a big giver, huge-hearted person, that the perception from them is that you gave them so much. And who wouldn't want to be in a relationship with that, right? At least at first. That's what really drew them in, right? Is how giving you are. And that you would break him out of jail. No, I'm just kidding. But you said wrongfully arrested, right? Let's see here. What are their current feelings right now? We do have the 8 of Pentacles, which is transformative energy. They do feel like there's some blood, some sweat, some tears that, has to be in the relationship. They do feel like the relationship requires work, that it's not just easygoing, which no relationship is without work, right? So, there is this energy of, that our relationship takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, for it. It's not simple. With that, we've got the 4 of Plants, which is the 4 of Wands, which is still joy and celebration. They feel like there's good things that happen as well. So that's a good positive energy that's there. A lot of good, they like focusing in on the celebration, if that makes sense. Like I don't know if there's parties or different things like that. So, we've got that kind of, energy. That's there. The joy, the joy, the joy. We also have the 3 of Pentacles here. There is a little bit of energy because this is like they like to be true to their authentic self. They like to be, um, I gotta be me, I gotta be me, I gotta be me is what I keep hearing. And I feel like they feel like that's where a lot of the work comes in is because they don't feel like they can be anyone than they are. And I feel like that's where conflict comes in is because they're not being who you know they could be. Like you like I feel like a lot like I used to fall for people because I saw the potential of who they could be, not really focused on who they were as much. I could see I was like, "Oh, I love who I see you can be," but that doesn't mean that's who they're gonna be. And I feel like that's where the conflict comes in is that they know that they want to, I gotta be me, and I feel like you want me to be someone I'm not. And I feel like that's where a lot of the conflict comes in. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, because we got the Knight of Plants, the Knight of Wands, fastest moving knight, a lot of fire. So, the passion side is something that they really like, about the relationship, right? But, we don't see fish or cups or love energy here. It's about passion and it's about fire. I mean, it's about fire and the, uh, how you can how secure the outside world kind of feels here, right? Yeah, right? And that's the thing is we all want everyone to have the relationship that we want because of course our way is the right way, duh. But we're all raised differently and we all have different expectations, right? So it's the energy that I pick up as far as like there's a lot of lack of certainty. Like I don't feel in their head they're looking at um a commitment of forever in anything. I feel like they're more of this like this Knight of Wands, which is kind of fly by the seat of my pants in each moment and, not a big planner, not a big future, kind of I live in the now, let's do this. And you're like, well, we need money, to for rent and whatever. And yeah, 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 I know, but wait, I'll go do this. It's like that responsibility and that, structure isn't like their energy. Um, that's why they like you. I feel like too, one of the things with the Queen of Pentacles, it feels like you manage money well. Um, you're at least you more than they do, because I feel like you end up being the one that does the budget, the one that has to say no. Almost it turns into like a parent-child relationship sometimes, right? Where you feel like your mom, like this mother nature, mother nurture energy, and they're a child. Because sometimes you feel like you're the one that has to put your foot down, right? Kind of energy. So, so that uncertainty and that, that they're not looking at like a forever thing, and I feel like you guys are from, like it feels like different worlds, right? That, you both definitely want different things. So let's see what unfolds here, see what else we can know about why did this happen for you? Why was he wrongly arrested? Why is he not given bail? Why is he being kept away from you, in your life, right? So let's take a look here. You do have the 6 of Pentacles, which is the codependent relationship energy, which is what I was talking about. Two people move into a relationship as adults. One overgiver overgives to the child. It becomes parent-child relationship where we give and we give and we give until we're exhausted, and then we give and give until we're resentful, right? And we're overgiving, they don't feel they can give to us, where we don't allow them. subconsciously to give to us, so they end up giving outward to friends and family and work or hobby or affairs or whatever it might be in the outside world. But, they end up doing, whatever because they feel like they can't keep up with our giving. So there is this, why did this happen? To make you realize how much you're giving and how much they're not. And that, to make that realization, and understand why is it that I give so much? What taught me as a child that I have to give 1,000 love coins to get 1 love coin back, right? You also have the 6 of feathers, the 6 of swords. Again, these 2 sixes are, when kind of this flow energy comes out with 2 sixes, it is telling us that, well, everything unfolds for us anyway. Things always have a reason, but this is the path. This is the, being pulled away allows you that ability to go, to give you time to think, to give them time to think about what you really want and why, right? Let's see what else. You have 2 more cards here. Yeah, you got the 9 of wands, which is someone being blocked away from you, which is what's happening here. The the 9 of wands, it's like a forest field that's being created. And sometimes we'll have that to keep things away, to give us space. And in this case, like I was talking about with the page of feathers, the page of swords, it's giving you clarity, this distance. It's allowing you. It's hard when someone's in your face all the time and then you're like, "Oh, yeah, I love them." And, we can't think when we're around them. But when we have separation, this hermiting kind of energy that also comes in with the 9 energy of the 9 of wands. In fact, you have the hermit energy on the bottom of the deck, which is about being kind of in a way, solitary confinement that allows you this ability to think, to gain clarity, to question, what is it that you really want? And what's the good things, What's the reason? What's the reason you wanna stay together? What's the reason we are together? What are the wonderful things? What are the challenging things? And is it when you do the cost benefit analysis, is it worth it for you? And is this, a great opportunity to, you know, say, "Yeah, this isn't working out," you know? Let's see here. Yeah, you have divine timing as your fortune cookie. So everything happens in divine timing. Let's see what this says. How often do you feel that you want things in your life to change now, capital NOW? Not 2 years from now, not even 2 months, but right this instant. Seldom do we see the whole picture of why our lives are unfolding the way they are. We don't need to. What we need to do is surrender to the way things are right now. This doesn't mean to not take action when a situation is untenable. What it means is to let your life unfold before you so that you have access to all the information, all the lessons, and all the people you will need to go where you are headed. Divine timing's at work in this situation. Try not to fight it. Instead, go within during meditation and ask the questions you want answers to. Why not now? How can I best prepare myself? What lessons do I need to learn prior to the change I want to see? You will get answers. Well, so definitely it's a time, like it's saying here, divine timing to think about your life and think about what you want and what you don't want, right? So that is what they have for you, my dear. So hopefully that helps a little bit in your situation. Thank you again for your donation. Hang in there. We'll send you lots of love. right. So let me take a look here. We had a couple more come in. You're very welcome. Hang in there. All right. So I have two for Alice. And then Maria, I do see your donation came in for number two via Z PayPal. So I'll get you on the list as well here. And I think that is it. All right. So let me take another quick sip here. All right. So Alice, we are to number 3404. 52. So thank you for your additional and donation. So grateful. And we've got trees, the forest. All right, let's see what we got here. What is the true reason why why didn't Kyle ask me out when we first matched around 2 years ago? He says that it's because now he wants to move closer to the East Coast, but I don't really believe that. Yeah, right? Your spidey sense is going off. Let's take a look here. So what's the true reason why he didn't ask you out 2 years ago? I do want those. Not this one. I do want this one. And then these two I feel like are tell us about him moving to the East Coast. Bottom of the deck energy here, we do have the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure type of energy here, which I feel like we got before a little bit, but I feel like they were in a bit of a just like I feel like they were ending something and beginning something else. They were like um in the middle of a big change in their life. We'll see if we get more clarity around what that big change is here, but let's see what the real reason is here. And we got the two of feathers and the death card. Yeah, so this is a death and a rebirth, and this two of feathers, it does feel here like they were going through some sort of I don't know, it feels like a breakup, but this two of feathers, the two of swords, it just feels like, two like there was two people involved in this death and this rebirth. So I feel like they were going through a huge breakup with someone, and this could have been like I feel like they had a serious niche, a serious is like ish kind of relationship that ended, but it's because, again, I feel like they always have someone in the batting box, and this two of swords is like communication. I feel like they had someone they were talking to, and the relationship was ending because of that, and I feel like they kinda just stopped responding to people when they matched, and he just kind of I don't know if he got off the app or he just stopped pursuing it for a little bit. Let's see what else we got here too. And we have the temperance. Here's that energy of fishing again. He already had 2 fishies. His plate was already full, he didn't have room. What's here? And the 8 of plants, 8 of wands, a lot of passion, a lot of energy. Yeah, I just feel like that's why he didn't back then because he was doing his regular, you know, putting the bait out, fishing with he already had like you said, He was breaking up with one, and he had one in the batter's box and one in the dugout, and that's why he didn't reach out 'cause it was already full, and by the time it went around, there was other people in, in the rotation kind of energy that comes in there, and it's not like it doesn't feel like it's an intentional player kind of energy. It just feels like it's what they've known and what they've always done, and they just think it's innocent that I'm talking to these others because I don't get into, romantic conversations with them until they're at bat, and then that's when I see how things go, and then when that one leaves, then I bring in the next one up for bat, but I always have feelers out and like the when you're fishing, you got, like, fishing lines up or you have fishing already, ready, the bait's on it, ready to go. If I need to cast it out to catch the fish, I'm ready. It's interesting that they've got this approach, but it feels like it goes a lot, of course, rooted in their childhood by what they saw from, like, the male energies in their life, uncles, brothers, father, um, kind of energy, and they just thought this was and friends, it just was like feels like it was what was going on all around them, and they just like, "This is the way it's done." They don't know any better because they just think it's the norm, right? Um, and then what was this about? Oh, was he does he want to move to the East Coast? We got the 6 of plants, the 6 of wands, and the 8 of fish, the 8 of cups. Yeah, I agree. I think this 8 of cups is I feel like they wanna leave where they're at because I feel like they've they've earned a reputation where they're at. People have caught on that, you know, so he's has to go outside of his town because unless it's someone new that doesn't know any better, I feel like they've gone through so many fish. I mean, this is what it looks like with there's all these fish, that they've over they've overfished the pond they're in, but I don't necessarily feel like they're wanting to move to the East Coast specifically, but I feel like they're contemplating moving to different somewhere else, but maybe not necessarily absolutely the East Coast, but it's an option, you know, east, north, south, west. There's 4 choices, right? Yeah, I'm thinking I might move back east. Uh-huh, sure. But glad your spidey senses are going off because I feel like you're picking up on things. Your fortune cookie for this one says teaching, card number 14. Let's see what this one brings in here. The situation you're inquiring about encourages teaching, whether it be student teacher, parent child, or just friend friend. We are, all of us, leaning I think it's supposed to be learning and teaching constantly when we're maintaining a high vibration energetically. Never despair that the seeds you have planted have failed to take root. They may be taking time to germinate, or they may have migrated to another field. Do not plant seeds with the expectation of an outcome. Disengage from the attachment to the outcome of the situation and move on. A farmer doesn't sit down next to the seeds he plants, waiting for them to sprout. What a recipe for disappointment. He plants them and moves on. Never once does he second guess if he was doing the right thing in the right way. He simply does what he's called to do and trusts that the fruits of his labor will be what they're supposed to be. So this card also encourages a more formal teaching experience. So look for ways you can enrich others' lives through sharing your expertise and knowledge. But I feel like this is a learning and growth experience, and, when you add the 4 and the 1 together, you do get a 5, which for me is a stepping stone energy. It's a teaching moment, a learning moment that you're learning a lot about yourself, and you're also being a mirror for them. But, yeah, I kinda feel like you've planted the seeds and we're not getting the growth and the commitment and what you're looking for. So, I feel like it's, that kind of energy. But I feel like that's what they have for that one. So thank you for that. And then I feel like we'll uh, look at your next question here. We've got 41454 here. So that is for your number 4. Thank you so much again for your multiple donations. So you want to know, how does Kyle feel and think how how he thinks you feel and think about him. Does he want to break up? All right, let's take a look here. So how does think and then that was think. They wanted to think first and then feel. And then how does he or does he want not how does he want to break up? Wow. Does he want to break up? All right. Yeah. So the bottom of the deck, we do have the 7 of swords. 7 of swords is it's the deceiver card, it's the thief card, the lie, deceit, cheater kind of card that's there. I just have to say that in on the bottom here. Um, so just as we start off here. And how he thinks, how does he think that you uh think about him? And I mean, he thinks that you think that he like joy, 10 of cups energy, and the queen of cups too, emotions. And I feel like he thinks that you think that he can have this, that I'm emotional, that I can give emotion and that I can, um, make you feel that way. I feel like that's his energy, is that he feels that you think that he has emotions and that he has a lot of them, and that there's a lot of emotions below the surface that he hasn't shared, kind of energy. I feel like he kind of feels like you think I care more than maybe I actually do. But he feels like, because you're that queen of cups, you're this emotion, right? And he thinks, wow, you have a lot of emotion toward me. You think I have a lot of that emotion towards you. And I feel like that's what that's what he thinks you think about him. And then how does he feel that you feel about him? Yeah, the feathers. It's interesting that we've got mental energy here around, yeah, you've got emotional feelings around the thinking and thinking feelings around the emotion. Got the 5 of swords and the page of swords. So got all this thinking. It's exactly the opposite energies, which makes so much sense that he's kind of his wires are crossed, right? I mean, there's that kind of energy that's there. But um so how does he uh think that you this is all his thinking, that is why it makes sense. How does he think that you feel, how you think about him? Conflicted, this 5 of swords, I do feel like he feels, um, that you're conflicted about him. I feel like he does that. I feel like he does want, with he thinks that with this Page of Swords and the Ace of Swords, this is about clarity, that you want more clarity, that more communication, that you want more communication from them, you want more opportunities, you want more truth from them, kind of energy that comes in here. So in some ways, I feel like he feels like that he's got you thinking about of him in a higher regard, but he doesn't believe that, below the surface either, because I feel like he doesn't feel that highly of himself, um, truly deep down inside. On the surface level, I feel like he's kind of confident and he thinks I am people think I'm a good catch and because he's been able to woo a lot of different people, he just thinks that I'm a good catch. And he feels like that's the way you think about him. But, this deceiver card over here is that he's not truthful about who he really is and what he really wants, kind of energy that's there. Does he want to break up? We have the Five of Cups, which is, of course, a sorrow energy. It's also emotional conflict. We've got the Ten of Pentacles energy that's here. And then the Five of Pentacles, which is um, also a conflict. It's, lack energy that comes in here. But I mean, you've got like three of the five energies, which tells us again that energy of stepping stone energy, right? I feel like with all this conflict energy, the 10 of Pentacles, which is a relationship card, but when you bookend it with conflict, the 10 can represent an ending of a situation in the physical world, right? So I feel like, it's headed in that direction with all of this energy. It's just a matter of time more than it is. Um, yeah, because I don't know how active he is in this relationship. It feels like he's, you know, bouncing in between, talking to a bunch of different, people that it's not like they give you like 100% attention and that they reply right away and that they're, you know, given all this energy into the relationship. It just feels like it's been leaking for a while, right? I mean, it just feels like it's been less and less and less and less feeling and attention and detail and, you know, what is it like, you share 3 sentences and they have like a few word phrase reply and, it's like, what is this? Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too, but just feels like it's a matter of time, but it's more about what are you wanting, right? So you got 33, another power number, integration. Let's see what this brings in here. We are a sum of all our experiences in this and other lives. We all bring forward a wealth of knowledge, talents, and wisdom. One of the challenges is remembering who we are. We're bombarded every day in every way with messages on who we should be, what we should do, what we should wear, how we should live. And these messages come from the media, society, our family and friends, and even strangers can drown out who we really are meant to be, who we've grown into lifetime after lifetime. Find some quiet moments in your day to identify and start a relationship with that small, strong voice inside you. Pretty soon, you won't hear the other messages. Many times in your interactions with others, you hear that small voice that tells you something's not right. Your logical mind tells you to stop it. Nothing's wrong. Stop being silly, dramatic, overreacting. You may ignore your inner voice in a quest to fit in, to be loved or admired. You do not realize that your inner voice is warning you that the other person's energy is not matching their words or actions. Listen to your instincts about this situation or person. Wow, you can make that up. Your spidey sense is going off. I know. I know. So that's what they have for you, Alice. I know. I know. You deserve to have someone who's truly able to give you the love that you deserve. So hang in there, right? Thank you again for all your donations. Appreciate you. All right. So, hey, Daisy, long time no see. Oh, good to see you. Welcome back. Thank you for your donation. I'll put you on the list here. We have Maria P up next, and then you'll be up after that. All right. So, Maria, back for number 2, you said. You're so funny. Here is your time stamp. And we did complete your free reading too. I don't know if you saw that. But if you didn't, this was your free reading in case you want that. All right. So you are over here. Let's bring up the PayPal. Take a quick sip here. All right. So you want to know how will your date go tomorrow based on current energies? All right. He said he loves you and cares for you. Will he continue? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies, of course. Will he make that move? Okay. Is Wally, well, they're a soulmate. I feel like you want to know, are they your soul partner? Are they the person that you're going to end up with the rest of your life, right? Okay. And then soulmate details on what he does for work. And again, soul partner, like the one that you're going to end up with the rest of your life, right? Because soulmate is all of our friends, family, whoever. We're all soulmates. We're all in each other's life. And we're all souls, and we're all here for each other to help each other on our paths and our journey. But a soul partner is someone you end up with the rest of your life. So how will your date tomorrow go? Looks like the Hermit. Looks like you guys are it's either gonna cancel or you guys are gonna kind of hang out together alone from everyone else. It feels like a Netflix night in. It just feels like it's very, you know, together kind of energy. Kind of like we used to get with the Four of Swords where you're cocooned in. It's like this cocoon. You guys are in isolation together. Um, so it looks good. It feels like very, very, I don't know. It's just a very, I don't know, contained energy, alone away from the world. He said he loves and care. Will it continue? 3 of Cups, joy, celebration, energy that comes in there. I know 3 of Cups can be third party situation, but I don't feel that. They will indicate it going, "Ah," but it just feels like it will continue. It's a joy, it's a flow of emotion, energy. So I like that. Um, will he make that move? Yeah. Got the Wheel of Fortune. That's a very fortunate card, the tune of for you. And it'll happen in the perfect timing too. But it definitely says that it will happen. Is Wally your soulmate? You got the 6 of Feathers, the 6 of Swords. And So a 6 energy here with the swords, it is an energy of letting go of old ways of thinking, see ways from a higher perspective, from choppy waters to calmer waters. It's flow energy. 2 sixes are a part of destiny. Let's see, what is this other card? Is this a 6 too? It is. Nope. It's funny, it's Empress, but when I go, is there another 6? Is this destiny energy? I don't know if you can see this little twirl on the bottom. It's a 6. It looks like a 6. And I'm like, "Oh, no, the Empress is a 3 in the standard tarot," but they're like 6. So it does tell me here, like, soul partner energy. It's like you guys are meant here, and, the details of what someone does from work. They create things here, they've got this, um it's creation, it's creativity, it's mother nature, mother nurture. They deal with something with nature, nurturing plants. Um, it just feels very, they deal with things that deal with nature kind of energy that comes in here, could be planting or things, it has to do with connects with nature somehow, especially trees and plants and flowers and I feel like that kind of energy that comes in with, mother nature, mother nurture, but it creative energy definitely there. So, hopefully that helps. And you wanna know what he does for work now, right? Not what you wish they do for work. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie, comes in here. Hey, Nancy, Nancy, not yet. Um, I'm, finishing up some donations still. I did 30 minutes, but let's see here. Oh, yeah, and you're, like, kind of on the bottom of the 3 from the bottom of the list once I start the free readings there, so not yet, my dear. Alright, Maria, you got Stripping Illusions. Number 27. Let's see what this is here for you. So the lotus flower is a funny plant. It flourishes in the muck and mud. Apparently, in spite of the muck of its birth, beautiful petals open up layer after layer, revealing more and more of its inner beauty. You're being called to strip away illusion after illusion from your life. Excuse me, you're being asked to enable your true essence to shine through. Allow layer after layer of false beliefs, cluttered thinking, unfulfilling relationships, chaotic environments to go by the wayside to reveal the perfect essence of your core self. This process is challenging at best. We must tend to hold on to the illusions we've created, thinking they keep us safe. All they really do is blind us to our true beauty and potential. So, this card is calling you to look your truth in the face and not let illusions cloud your view of the true beauty of yourself and others. Oh, wow. I love that. So, that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And thank you for your multiple donations. All right. So, Daisy, you're up 43. Oh, 43304 is where you're at. Look at all these repeating numbers. That's interesting. And thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like there. Whoops. Try that again. There we go. So, yeah, long time no see. Oh, you miss me. Do you see anything exciting happening for you in the near future? Could be love or money. So, you're graduating in 5 weeks. Wow. Can you believe it? You did it. You have a full-time job offer that you're starting after graduation. I'll tell you all the drama in my life another day. Yay! Always love the adventures. All right, let's take a look here. So anything exciting happening in the near future? We'll take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know? What's exciting coming your way here. Oops, hit my microphone again. Let me get rid of this thing here. There we go. All right. Ooh, okay. I was gonna say, maybe you do have love headed your way. On the bottom of the deck, you do have the Lovers card coming in. So there's definitely some love in the cards. That's the energy underneath. So we'll see what all this is about here. See what they can give us about all that, right? So you've got the Page of Pentacles. So there is a new opportunity that's opening up here in the future. Let's see what the second card next to it is here. Is this someone new? We got the Four of Plants, which is the Four of Wands, which is joy, celebration. It is marriage energy. So you do have marriage opportunity in the future. So I feel like they want you to know that just to kind of put your mind at ease. Yes, yes, in your cards, you have marriage in your future. And it's a new opportunity. I wanted to check in on that because sometimes the Page of Pentacles can be someone returning back from the past because it's a new opportunity for someone you already know. But that's what I want to check on here. And I feel like they'll tell us here. They're not, I was wanting to pull a card. They're like, no, keep going because I feel like it's going to reveal itself here. So we'll find out. You do have the Eight of Fishes, the Eight of Cups, which is an energy about no past energy allowed here, right? Which is good because the Eight of Cups is about leaving behind emotions and relationships that don't serve you anymore to prepare you for new love energy coming in. Um, so don't worry, it is not old love coming back, which is good. You're like, yay. The energy underneath that, you do have the Three of Plants, the Three of Wands, which is a change of direction from where you had gone and before. And so part of what happens here, what you're working on to prepare for this relationship and marriage is two things. One, the Eight of Cups is like doing an emotional inventory. One is letting go of people, relationships that don't serve anymore. That can be friends, family, exes, whatever. And it would be those that you like, you're the one that gives like 60, 70, 80, 90% of the energy, more 70, 80, 90% of the energy always into a relationship, a friendship, whatever, family, whatever. And they're only giving 10, 20, 30 back percent consistently. And because that's your, it's like your emotional bank is being drained, right? Because all this emotional energy is going out that your heart is like, we don't have the emotional capital to give to a relationship. So we're not approving one until we have built up emotional energy again, right? Also, the other part of that is the emotions that you've pushed down. Usually from 7 years old and younger, those, the anger, the sadness, and, because no one, there's three ways that an inner child, like us as emotional children, express ourselves, happy, laughing, smiling, crying, sad, or angry tantrum. And only one of those is usually supported by adults, the happy child. The other ones were taught push down your anger, push down your sadness. And where does it go? It stays down here. It's charged, taking emotional energy, and it takes some energy to keep the emotions below the surface. So as we get back emotion from relationships that don't serve anymore and we back off of giving so much or cut some off, we get all that energy back. Also, the as we transmute and allow those old emotions to be felt and integrated instead of suppressed, then all that emotional energy comes back, and that's what then allows us to have the emotion for a relationship, because if we don't have it, our heart won't approve it. So, I like this energy coming in here, and I do feel like as you're releasing all this energy, you end up going a different route in your life than you normally would, and I do feel like this confirms below the surface too about leaving old relationships behind, is that you go a different direction than you ever thought you would. So it's this person's gonna be different. They're not gonna be your normal type of person that you were attracted to in the past. Yeah, Ace of Feathers, Ace of Swords. New clarity, seeing things differently, new communication. So again, this is seeing things differently, not the old expectations, but a fresh perspective on someone new. You got the Sun card as well, which is, of course, abundant energy, a lot of clarity that comes in with the Ace of Swords and the Sun. You're realizing a lot more of what you do want and what you don't want. Leo energy, someone very attractive to you especially, but, I feel like just overall, beautiful hair. Usually it's lion, right? Lion has beautiful hair, but they're very attractive, I mean, kind of energy, for you. What else do we have for them? We got the Justice card. A lot of clarity around relationships, Libra, um, that rules over the house of relationship, a lot of clarity that you're letting go of some old expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, that you're, looking at relationships differently, a lot more maturity around it, a lot more groundedness, I guess, is better than maturity, a lot of groundedness around it. So I like this for you. And you've got the Six of Pentacles too. So this equal giving and receiving type of energy. And I like that because, I feel like you've really been learning about your over giving, right? About that, oh, I have to give so much to deserve so little, and that tendency to move into like a kind of codependent relationship where you give and give and give, and they give a little back, and then they end up giving elsewhere, and you're like, what the heck? But this is about you find someone who is sure in themselves and not codependent, and um, it's a healthy equal giving and receiving type of relationship. So I feel like that is what they have for that. So I like that energy coming forward. Your homework to the Eight of Cups, get that emotional energy back, and then you got discernment as your fortune cookie. I like it. Let's see what we got here. As spiritual, physical, and energetic beings, we oftentimes blur the lines between our energy, the energy of a situation, and the energy of another person. It's funny that you get the Six of Pentacles and here's the six. When we take on other people's energy and label it as our own, we start to judge. This lowers our energetic vibrations. We then get caught up in a seemingly never ending cycle of feeling bad, labeling, justifying, and appropriating what is not ours to claim. The lesson here, as in the previous card, is to be present, not label or judge, and let the energy feeling wash through you. Once you do this, notice where in your body you feel the effects of the emotion. Does your heart open up? Does your belly hurt? Does your throat get tight? Your head can lie to you, but your body never does. It is easy to become overwhelmed. Make a habit of making your first response to overwhelming energy, wow, that's interesting, instead of, what's wrong with me? This allows you to objectively discover how and why your body is reacting to the given situation or person. This card is asking you to stop looking outside yourself for answers to an issue. Instead, sit with it and listen to what your body is telling you. Ooh, so allow that discernment to really be, if anyone comes your way across your path, you can sit with that and go, and then you can say,
no, 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 1,000 times no.
if that's what your body is telling you. How to use my no button. I have my little no button. On or no? All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. And I'm excited for your adventure. 5 weeks. Woohoo. All right. Many, many blessings. All right. And then we have Kay Linda. Hey, thanks for being a new subscriber. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And thank you for your donation. You are up next here. Your timestamp is 4:44:55. Look at that. All those repeating numbers. And we'll give your donation a love and a like here. And you'd like a love reading? Absolutely. Let's take a look here and we'll see what is happening. What does Spirit want you to know around love? Let me take a quick sip here. Move on to my water next. After this, I do need to run to the little boys' room before I get into the free readings, because all that I've been drinking has gone through me. I want to be able to focus on everyone's readings. So let's take a look here. Linda, okay, Linda, we've got boom, boom. Got these two, these three, and this one here. I feel like I want this one here too. And that one. All right. So on the bottom of the deck, and what I do, I peek at the bottom of the deck because this is the underlying energy under your entire reading. You got the Chariot card. Now, the Chariot card is ruled by Cancer Moon energy, a lot of emotional energy below the surface, but it's the power of choice card. It's action, movement, victory energy, which we like. And so it does say to me that there is movement of emotional energy. There's 4 nights in all of the I seem jolly. Spirit energy. I get a bit hyper, especially around a full moon, which we're having right now. Expansive spiritual energy. So thank you. But there is this movement, and it rolls over all 4 horses, which is action, movement, energy. So I feel like there's a lot of changes and moving parts that have been happening in your life, all helping you raise your love vibration so that you'll be drawing in someone at a higher vibrational level than previous. Because if we have no movement and we don't make change in our life, right, we keep doing what we've always did and get what we've always gotten, right? So we're like, so I like this energy. So that's the bottom of the deck, the kind of the theme flowing below your reading. You've got these 2 cards came out together, so we'll look at this first. You got the King of Pentacles here, King of Balls, and you got the Queen of Feathers, the Queen of Swords. It's an interesting energy because you got a king and queen coming out together. So, they're not divine counterparts. When you look at them, it's not like the king and queen of feathers or the king and queen of pentacles, balls, as they call it here. Still have trouble saying that. That sounds so weird. But we'll think of balls of yarn, right? Because this is a cat card deck. But the king of pentacles, they rule over earth energy, but behind the scenes, they do have air energy. The queen of feathers has air energy up front, and behind the scenes has water. So I like this because I feel like this represents an energy of, you know, Like, I feel like this is like your energy. You're the queen of feathers. You're intelligent and you got a lot of emotion behind the scenes too. You're balanced between head and heart. This other one, they're really solid and grounded and earthy in the outside world, and they got a good mind on them too. They're able to communicate. So I like this combo, and I feel like this represents the energy of love that's coming towards you, but I don't feel like, or could be someone from the past too. I don't feel like this is who your soul partner is, like the person that you end up with the rest of your life. I feel like this is someone, and I almost feel like this is someone you've already had in your life, because I feel like that was like a stepping stone. It was an experience you had. You learned a lot about yourself. You had really good conversations, a lot in common mentally and communication, but emotionally, not as much there as you would like to have had from them. And you have emotional energy behind the scenes here that felt like it was not matched, you know? And that's what I feel like you learned, that one of the things you really want is someone that can express their emotions, because you need that. I feel so whatever this original one is, I feel like that, and if you haven't had it yet, then you will have a stepping stone, but I feel like you've had them already. Let's see where this is headed though, because I feel like you've got 6. Yeah. So you have the 6 of wands and the death card here. So this individual, I mean, the relationship ended um, here, and because of the passion, it does feel like with the 6 of plants, the 6 of wands, there was this mutual attraction energy and everything there. But without the emotion, it feels like either the relationship died, or if they passed. But I do feel like that's what they're shown us here, is the big thing is that they were able to give passion but not emotion. They gave motion, but not emotion. And you realize that's like I have to have that kind of energy that's here. So I like that. You're learning a lot about that, and you're learning that, what I again, that's what stepping stones are for. We learn a lot about what we want and what we don't want. And I feel like it was a huge stepping stone for you. Let's see what else they want you to know here. So you got these 3 cards came out together. Yeah, so you've been having a little bit of hermit energy, it looks like, a little bit of could feel like solitary confinement, right? Time to yourself, but it's been with spirit here, and you've been learning a lot about your own self-worth with the 4 of Pentacles and also the Wheel of Fortune. Because all of these coming together really tell me you've been through this time of learning a lot about that. When you define your worth by the outside world, you feel unstable, right? The 3 buckets of the outside world are relationships with humans of all kinds, friends, family, lovers, whoever, situations like jobs, education, social status, things like that, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. So the 3 buckets of the outside world, unstable, because um, people change, people walk away, people pass away. Unstable, right? So if I define my worth by those, I feel unstable because they are. Situations never stay the same. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen. So unstable, 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 but all of them point us inward and upward, right? And we realize that when we turn inward and upward, that we are eternally and unconditionally loved by the higher realms, right? And that's very stable. Eternal, never ending, that's pretty stable, right? Unconditional, nothing I have to do to earn it, nothing I can do to lose it. Pretty stable. So when we define ourselves by that, then we become uh, the solid in this realization that we are priceless. And when our worth is centered on that, then the outside world becomes stable, because we're internally stable. And that's what unfolds. And the Wheel of Fortune tells you that when you're in that energy of stability, we move from this energy of, oh, life is happening to me, where we kind of go into victim mode, which is what we all start off in our lives because we're taught that, to life is happening for me. The tune of for you, for tune, right? Fortune. And that everything is always for us in some way, somehow. I may not see it right away, may not see it ever in my lifetime till I'm on the other side and going, oh, that's why I wanted that to happen for me. That's right. But we can trust that it is always for us, and that's why we can look for the gift in anything. Again, like that relationship, right? You said, yeah, a huge one, reset, learning. And it is. We're like, what gift was in that for me? Because every relationship we have is a mirror for us, reflecting back to us what we want to see about ourselves till we see it, so we can be free from it. And we have no idea what they're seeing when they look in the mirror of us. We only know what we're looking when we look into the mirror of them. So it all happened in this. I feel like this, you know, hermit energy, this time alone has been giving you time to really contemplate. I feel like it's going to go on for a little bit longer because you are stepping out of old ways of thinking, old ways of feeling, old ways of acting and energy, clearing a lot of stuff out to make space for, new. So I like that. And then where you're heading, yeah, you have the five of fishes, the five of cups, which is the sorrow transforming to higher vibration. It's like you're choosing to mourn. It's almost like you had a death, and it's that the death of the relationship, the sorrow, you're ready to go, you know what? I'm I'm ready to choose a date. If you ever saw like Dances with Wolves where, it's Kevin Costner and he falls in love with someone who lost their husband, but they're in official mourning, and then they have to pick a day that mourning ends on there. So they choose when they'll stop mourning and they'll start living again. And I feel like that's what's coming in with this five of cups. You're picking a date going, are you at? On this day, I'm done. I've finished, because it's important for us to feel, to let our emotions flow, to cry, do whatever we want to do. It's part of our releasing and feeling emotion, but then we choose enough. I'm ready to move forward. And I feel like you're getting ready with this power of choice energy of the chariot on the bottom. And the five of cups usually has the two cups behind them, is the power of emotional choice. I get to choose how I emotionally feel every moment. I'm choosing to cry, I'm choosing to feel, I'm choosing to process, but now I'm ready. On this date, I'm making a change. I like that. And you do have the five of plants, which is the five of wands. Again, transformation of energy. These fives energy, which five is the number of the stepping stones, which is a beautiful, I'm looking at what I learned and I'm ready to now transform things. And you end up with the two of fishes. Yeah. So the two of cups, as I was talking about. And a lot of this, you're learning that every moment that we are choosing how we feel. That's what the chariot card says, that every moment I choose the story I put to anything that's happening, the emotional soundtrack I'm putting to that, the physical actions I'm going to act on, and the energy I'm putting out and what I'm drawing to me, right? And excuse me, and there's no wrong choice. There's just different choices with different outcomes and different experiences. So we don't judge ourselves for choosing lower vibrational emotions because we came here to experience that, right? Um, and then, but I realize that if I don't want to feel a certain emotion anymore, I get to choose, and I can choose differently and choose a higher vibration rooted in unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace instead of in fear. Because that's what we're taught, right? Growing up. Small t, truths rooted in fear. Fear of being rejected, fear of not being enough, not having enough, not being loved, and again, all that inward and upward movement is what is transformative. You also get a fortune cookie here. Well, that's what they have for love for the moment. Let's see what else they want to tell you here through the shamanic healing oracle. Yeah, I love it. How perfect that you got new beginnings. A very perfect card. So, see what we got here. Number 2. So, water, emotion, energy, all life affirming and life giving. Patience is the key. Once the deluge of emotion passes, you will see that left in its wake is a wondrous new day, a rainbow of possibilities. Do not get attached to the emotions that surrounded this situation. This will only attach your identification with the emotion itself, giving it more power and hindering the release, so that the door to your new beginning will not open. Sit in the emotion, cry, journal, talk it out with a friend, and then let it go. How perfect. Perform a ritual if you're called to one. Place your feelings on a bit of paper and let it go, whether through water or fire, both excellent transmuting elements. Be thankful for the experience of this situation and proclaim to the Creator that you are ready for the newness that's about to come into your life. Wow. I love that. How perfect. So I like it. I like it. That is what they have for you. And since you're new to my channel, if you don't know, I also have a podcast series called The Easier Path. And the most recent one was about love, specifically. But a lot of them are about our journey of self-love. Try to make our path an easier path instead of a harder one. But a lot of beautiful information from Spirit, and they're all free. If you want to check those out, that's the playlist there. We actually have a new one coming out this evening in a couple hours at midnight, my time, Mountain Time, um, about abundance. So if you want to check them out, they are there for you. So thank you again so much for your donation, and thanks for being here and being a subscriber. Hopefully we'll see more of you. Always room for more Zen friends. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You're welcome. All right. And then hey, Ankita, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I'll get you on the free list here. And I think that was it for donations. And make sure I didn't miss anyone that came in here. I think that's it. So I've got about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13 free readings that I will complete in a moment. But Bretta Z needs to hit the little Zen room real quick, and I'll be right back, and then we'll finish those out. But it's been 5 hours, and I need to get blood circulating back through my butt, and then also, hit the little boy's room. So I'll be right back. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much better. All right. So let me take a quick sip here of my water here. And we will dive in. So thank you so much for all your patience in getting to your readings, and also for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So thank you for being part of the love tsunami. I appreciate that. All right. So we had left off with Cherish. You are up. So 50515 is for yours here. So there it is. And you want a solution for your sister, please. All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit recommend here for a solution for your sister? I'm hearing the sound of music. What do we do about Maria? That's funny. All right. Wow. So we do have the Sun card here and the Fool card, two major arcana energies here. Now, the Fool card here is an energy about kind of letting go expectations. It's the, it's the 0 card in the major arcana, which is kind of like this. It follows the World card that was the ending of a major cycle, and this is the beginning of the new adventure, starting over, fresh start, no expectations, free, like looking at the world full of possibilities, getting out of our head that things have to be a supposed to, a should, a need to, a have to, a must, and open our minds, let go of how we think things are supposed to be, should be. Now, if this is for your sister, for her, I don't know if this is a situation with your sister or your sister. Feels like your sister's situation that you're asking for, right? Either way, it's the same, because this is the troublemaker in the situation, because whatever's happening out here just is. It gets in here, and we have a story of how it's supposed to be, and when it doesn't match it, then we have frustration. It's about letting go, surrender, look at life full of possibilities. And with this Sun card, this is about gratitude. It's one of the most abundant, fulfilling, warm, huge cards. In a way, it's being true to our authentic self and to shine bright and just, you know, be who you are and not walk around on eggshells, but allow other people to be themselves too with this energy, that comes in here. And there's this brightness that comes with the sun that shines light on things. And when we step away from expectations, we're able to see who someone really is instead of who we think they're supposed to be and who they're not being. And that happens in a situation when we start to look at what we're grateful for, what we are, um, what we're grateful for in the moment with who someone is or what a situation is. Finding what we're grateful for draws in more of that. When we're focusing on what something's not being, then we get more of the not being, and we push the solution far away. We realize our energy is what's drawing things in. And when our energy changes, then our perception of the world changes, but our energy draws in different things. So I feel like that's the big message they want for you guys right now. Hopefully that helps. But that's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Hang in. All right. And then we have Priscilla is up. So Priscilla, you're 50852. There is your timestamp. And you want to know if F will reach out. Let's take a look here. So based on current energies, will F reach out? And then love guidance. So will F reach out? We've got the 6 of Cups here. This is an energy here of, it is an energy of someone like from the past kind of coming across our path again. So it does feel like someone, I mean, if they're from your past, obviously, does feel like someone does reach out here. Love guidance. I mean, do you have the 7 of feathers, the 7 of swords, which does have an energy like it is like the thief, the deceiver, liar, cheater energy that's there. Doesn't necessarily mean that that's what they are, unless that's what they've done in the past, then you can kind of assume that their stripes haven't changed much. But there is this energy of be aware of your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that cheat you out of opportunities. And how are you deceiving yourself in this situation? Because allowing somebody to return thinking, and especially if someone is saying that they've changed, you know, it's like, show me you've changed. Don't tell me you've changed. Show me that you've changed, right? So, um, so I do feel like, they will reach out, but be aware of what you're wanting to learn from the situation and question a lot of, what are the stories that you're creating around this? And is it true, right? Are you defining your worth by your interactions, by what they do or don't do, what they say or don't say? Because it's, you know, somehow this is pointing you back to some thoughts and beliefs that you have in your head around, who, not so much who someone's supposed to be, what their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence mean about you. And there's this important clarity that comes through this situation for you. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you right now, Priscilla. So many blessings to you. All right. Let's see here. We had a couple more people come in. Silent Bloom. Hello, hello. Oh, Minu, you changed your name. I like it. Let you into the list here. And Sudeshni, hello. Good to see you. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Sending you love energy this morning. Hope you're healing well. So many blessings to you. All right, we'll continue on the list here. So Livy Eva Gara, you're up 5-12-12. All right, so Livy A, here is your timestamp. So the energies for job, careers, chances of positive answers to start working this coming month. All right, let's take a look here. So for April, what are the chances based on current energies? Okay, and I do want the bottom too. All right. So you do have the 4 of Wands. I like it, and the Judgment card. So the 4 of Wands is, of course, a joy celebration. It's a positive energy, and 4 being the month of April. Hello. Judgment card is a card about being called somewhere, being drawn somewhere, something that's more in alignment with who you are. So really trust where you're being pulled, like from your gut or what feels like not from your brain, but what feels like from like the back of your head here or from your gut. Those are the two spaces that we get higher information from spirit and then emotional, coming in. This, pull. Really trust where that's pulling you with that judgment card because you are being drawn somewhere. And there is joy and celebration and positive energy that comes out here, but really trust that and follow that and try to, of course, as much joy and laughter and play and higher vibration that you can be in, the clearer the draw is. So the more we stay out of fear, lower vibrational energy, the less noise there is, right? So I feel like that's what they have for you, Livier. So many blessings to you. All right, ascending universal butterfly, 5-14-12. That's what we have for you here. Boom, boom. And a general reading. All right, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right. So you've got the Ace of Plants and the Five of Plants. So Ace and Five of Wands energy coming in here. And, there is this energy of the Five of Wands that is friendship energy. And the Ace of Wands is like stepping into your power kind of energy that comes in here too. But I feel like here, it's kind of twofold. One is realizing you can be in the middle of the firestorm among your friends. I feel like you're a peacemaker a lot among this group of friends, or family, or combination of all these. But it's like you can be in the middle and not have to solve it. And I feel like there's this important time of you don't need to solve the conflicts between other people. Can just focus on maintaining your energy with individual people, but not worried about how they get along or don't get along. That's up to them. They're adults. They need to figure it out. You don't need to do it for them. And that was like the one thing is like you don't need to do that. And the other thing is that there's this new energy of new friends. It's like the old friends. You've been knowing them a long time, it feels like. And there's this energy of like finding a new group that you'll find a new set that are not dramatic, less firestorms and more positive energy, but it feels more supportive. Um, and I like that. It's like you're discovering because you've changed all this butterfly, not butterfly, these dragonfly energies. You've been through this transformation like a butterfly, dragonflies too, and you're ready to find a new kind of tribe. And that's okay. You get to choose like your chosen family of friends. And there's all those that, out of obligation, you still hang around them and all this, but you can spend less and less time around all that drama and all that lower vibrational noise and find people that have an energy that's more in alignment with who you are now, I feel like is, oh, and you're a universal butterfly. That makes total sense. So I like this. And you've been wanting a new tribe. You've been wanting new people. And all you have to do is kind of just be, and you are putting out like a pulse and follow, of course, your pulse, and you'll find. I don't feel like you're going to fall into a group of a bunch of people. I feel like you start finding one here and one here and one here, and the group forms around you. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. So Sudeshni, let's see your free question. We'll add you to the list here. You're welcome, Cherish. Yeah, I hear you. Before you know it, you won't even remember that you had surgery. All right. So Lotus of Serendipity, you're up 51804. There you are. So, hello. Can you request a general reading? Absolutely. Let's take a look here. So, what does Spirit? Okay, what else do they want you to know? Cards came flying out. All right. Yeah, you've got these, the Eight of Cups, the Eight of Fishies here, and the Death card, which is, this does come into, letting go of relationships that no longer serve, right? The Eight of Cups, walking away from those relationships and emotions that no longer serve you. And that gives you the emotional, like, energy in your emotional bank for things that, like a passion project, or for love to enter your life, whether it's friends, family, best friend, whatever you're looking for. It's all love. But if you're looking for romance, definitely here. Because the Death card, of course, endings and beginnings. But the Eight of Cups is being aware of all the relationships where you're pouring out your emotional energy, where you're the one keeping these relationships alive. You're giving 70, 80, 90% of the emotional energy all the time. And they're only giving you 10, 20, 30%. It's like if you stopped, the relationship would die and end, right? And so there is this, movement, this bringing that energy back, even if it's like some of you might go like, yeah, they're gone. I know that it should have been, ended, and it's good awareness. Others are like, well, I want to give it a chance. We can back off to 50%, see if they make up the difference, and if not, the relationship drifts apart and you get all that energy back, right? And I feel like that's the big thing they're talking about here. There's always that emotional energy that you have trapped below the surface that you're keeping here, right? That, can we can transmute that and get more of that energy back as well. Because our heart won't allow more love let's see, love requiring people or events to come into our life if our emotions don't have the emotional bank, doesn't have the funds to support it. So it's important to build back up your emotional bank so you can draw in love. And I feel like that's the big thing, is kind of doing an emotional energy inventory and put an end to things that no longer serve, to allow room for that love to come in. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. All right. So Sudeshni, thank you for your donation. Let me add it to the list here. So Sudeshni, you're at 521.21. There we go. So let's give that a love and a like. Thank you so much for that. And you want to know, will your late husband RFA money be released this year, and by when, since it has been 9 years of waiting? Oh, that's all? All right, let's take a look here. So will it be released this year? First, we'll ask that. All right. So just going to be yes or no question here. Got the Page of Feathers, the Page of Swords. I feel like there will be communication coming out with that here, because that is about new clarity and new communication. So I do feel like you get clarity this year on it, and if not very soon here. Let's see here. By when, based on current energies. I'm going to use one of these when decks here. And let's see what we got here. Yeah, timing abruptly. That's funny. So you got the Tower card, but it's the timing of the cards is abruptly and within a week. Yeah, weren't you supposed to get it on Monday? Was that what we were getting before? You didn't get anything? Yeah, it definitely feels like it's very soon that you get clarity on it, or you find information on around it where you can contact someone. So I do feel like there's some sort of contact, but it's sudden. It just feels like it comes out of nowhere, um, with this energy that's coming in here. So yeah, it's even Aries energy, Mars. We got all this Mars and energy. A lot of it coming up in April. April the new moon on the 17th in Aries, and Mercury goes into Aries, which is the planet of communication, on April 10th, I believe. No, that's Mars. It's the 16th that I think Mercury goes into it. But I just feel like it feels like it's happening quickly and abruptly here very soon. And I feel like you get more information, more clarity, either a phone number to call or some sort of update, or where you can call and get some information. Um, oh, you're going to travel the end of April to the office. Ah, very cool. That would be very helpful. 16th 17th new moon in Aries. Good energy of action and movement definitely coming in here. But I feel like you'll get information here very soon. As far as the money being released this year, I feel like you gain clarity around how it works and how to request it and when it all happens. Because I feel like you have to file paperwork. Yeah, they're just reminding me, excuse me, about age of children and that things can be released now. Like it took had to be a certain amount of time and certain ages to have money released. And I feel like that's what you'll discover. Um, but and it's not that it's spirit because I do so many readings. When things come back, we know it's them touching the memory in my brain. Oh yeah. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Sudeshni. So that is what they have for right now. So I like that though. That feels good, especially April. All the planets are moving forward, so it's a good time for new birth and new things. So I feel like very auspicious. All right. All right. So thank you again for your donation, my dear. My dear, I'll continue to send energy your way so you can recover super speedy and be ready to travel. All right. So many blessings to you. We'll circle back for your free reading here in a few. Blueberry, you're up 52616. So Blueberry, general reading for the coming months. You're very welcome. Right. So you got the Page of Feathers and the Six of Fishies. So Page of Swords and the Six of Cups. Interesting, because Six of Cups is about an energy of someone contacting you from the past. And the Page of Feathers is new or returning communication. So I do feel like here that you're going to, and I don't feel like this is like an ex or someone. I know, right? Thank God. But it feels like it's an important relationship. And it could be either like a family member that you've lost contact with. It doesn't feel like it's necessarily a falling out kind of energy, as it does feel like someone having moved away, someone having, had to move like for work or school or something. And so distance, just kind of out of sight, out of mind. Maybe they have ADD, ADHD, because that could sometimes kick in. But I feel like they're back and they've moved back or they're back from school or, you know, the transfer job. Something's brought them back and there's new communication that comes in and you guys kind of pick up where you left off. Like, hey, oh my God, it's like a cousin or someone that you're just like been really close to. It just feels like family. It could be someone that felt like family too. But it's this wonderful energy and this reconnection. I feel like it's an important one that just kind of changes your energy from feeling, I don't know if you've been feeling alone, feeling kind of disconnected from a lot of people, but I feel like this just gets you back in the groove of interacting with people that you had also kind of drifted away from, but this person kind of is in between all of it and kind of just is glue that brings a lot of people back together. Maybe family, maybe again, if it's a cousin, like you kind of have been hanging out with your, aunts and uncles or whatever, but now you do because they're there and you're like, I miss this, you know. You just didn't realize how everyone kind of just got busy and kind of, drifted apart. Even since, the plague kind of got us all into that, isolation. I'm a huge introvert. I was so glad I had a reason to not do things. Darn it. Anyway, that's what they have for you, Blueberry. Hopefully that helps right now. It's some one little thing that's happening, but I feel like it's impactful for you. So many blessings. All right. Jojo, you're up 529.31. Thank you again for your donation earlier. Here's your timestamp. And do you, G, have any similarities in personality or in number of personalities? No, I'm just kidding. Haha, but a bunch. Let's take a look here. So we've got this one, and nope, I don't feel like they want any of those. What else? This one here. Got the 4 of cups, the 4 of fishies, and you got the page of pentacles, the page of balls. That still cracks me up. So interesting here. This 4 of cups, I immediately got this. One of the personalities that you guys have is you get bored very quickly with things, very dissatisfied with things in the outside world. They just don't fulfill you for very long, if at all. It just takes a lot. And that's why you have such a strong internal world, because the outside world is just kind of be blasé. And it's funny, blasé, I would never use that word. She probably used that word, but it's definitely the cups of the outside world just seem to get emptier and emptier. And I feel like that's why, she got into drugs, because she was trying to liven up the outside world, and then, the repercussions with that. But I like that you've chosen a spiritual excitement more so. But that's the kind of the commonality I feel like is one of the similarities of possibility there. And the page of pentacles, kind of leans to that too, because it's always looking for new things in the outside world, always looking for new, and on these adventures, searching for something that's out there. I feel like that's type of the personality too, that's rooted to that in a way. Um, and that's quite all right to do that, creating new things, finding new things in the physical world, because you're getting a lot of your, you're doing this internal spiritual, search and everything along with it too. And we're human, we go on adventures in the physical world to see different things out there too, because it all points us back inward, and eventually it always points you back inward. You're on this, this kind of steady spiritual perspective, energy connection. And then you do some energy into the outside world, and you're like, oh, that's right, I'm coming back here. But I feel like the core of that, of your personality, but how you guys are expressing it is definitely different. But the core, I feel like those are a couple of things that you guys had similar in personality. So that's what they have for you, my dears. So many blessings to you. All right. Sean G, you're up 532. Sorry if you guys hear my stomach growling. It's getting loud. I'm like, oh my gosh. So, Shanji, thank you for your donations earlier. So grateful. And then you wanted to, will you get the paper signed by your cousin this weekend? And everything work out for taking over your father's estate. Oh my gosh. I tell you what, based on current energy, this thing has like been forever, but always on perfect timing. I know. Let's take a look here. I feel like they want this one right here. All right. So, will you get the paper signed by your cousin this weekend? Got the 9 of fishies, the 9 of cups, emotional dream come true, and ace of feathers. I even feel like this is a quill. Signing. So this does feel like a yes energy. Emotional dreams come true, and then this signed communication, this new communication. But I love that it looks like a quill, which would be a signature received. So it does feel very positive there, Sean. Focus on gratitude as much as you can to draw it towards you, not expectations or fears or frustrations, as much as you can. I know it's hard with how long it's taken, but gratitude going, thank you for allowing it to come to me in the perfect timing, in the perfect way. Because there's a reason why it's been kept, you know, for you for some reason, right? We can trust. All right. So many blessings, Sean. All right. Kat Mia, you're up 5:34:42. Here's your timestamp. And how to get it back to normal, all gentle. Let's take a look here. So what do you have for Kat Mia? Okay, we got that, and we got that. Got the 10 of fishies and the high priestess. I like it. 10 of cups, joy, 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 high vibrational energy, high priestess. High priestess, step away from the chaos, go into your high priestess temple, connect to the higher realms, look behind the veil, dive deep into the emotions, but I feel like it's with the 10 of cups, it's focus on joy, because to bring things back to gentleness is to come out of lower vibration and step into higher vibration. Whatever situation it is in our life, if we're focusing in on anything that feels like lack or supposed to be or should be, or, um, any fear energies, any impatience, anything that feels restricting, and that's all tied to fear energy, that's going to bring it into non-gentleness, right? But as we surrender, breathe, and focus on gratitude and unconditional, all that higher vibrational energies, play, laughter, it brings things back to gentleness, because that's what the higher vibration is. It's flow, it's gentle, it's kind, it's beautiful, right? And so the more, wherever we're focusing our emotional energy, especially the high priestess, what's my story choice, my emotional choice, my energetic choice, my physical choice? All those energies, it's not about what we do, it's how we're doing it energetically. That changes it all, right? So hopefully that helps, Katmia. That's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. All right, Nancy, you were up 5:37:08. Here is your timestamp. And you're rewording your question. Okay, so you lost one of your part-time jobs. You have an interview tomorrow. Excuse me, and Friday for 2 other ones. Do you see you getting hired for either one of them, please? All right, let's take a look. Shuffle these up. So for Friday, let's take a look here. We'll do what you consider number 1 and what you consider number 2. So the first one, you've got the King of Fishies. King of Cups is a balance between head and heart. It's a positive energy there. It's a good fit energy. So I feel like that one is a yes. The second one is the 5 of Fishies, the 5 of Cups, which is sorrow and a no. So I feel like you get the first one and you don't need the second one. So yeah, I like that for you. Because it feels like a good fit, this one, because that's what King of Cups is, the balance between head and heart. So it's something that helps balance things out. And it happens for a reason. You lost one of your part-time jobs, but it was removed for you so that you could find something more in alignment with your energy. So, it's a positive in the end. You'll see why once you get this other one, but you can trust that this happened for me, not to me, but for me. And you'll see, and you'll be like, hallelujah, thank God. All right. So that's what they have for you, Nancy. Many blessings to you. All right. Tanya Hikes, you're up 5:39:09. So Tanya, there's your timestamp. a general message. All right, let's take a look here. Get this one and this one. See what Spirit has for you here. You got the King of Pentacles and the Five of Wands with this energy here. So King of Pentacles, beautiful, abundant energy. And the Five of Wands energy, I'm getting two messages. One has to do with friends. Something about a friends group or gathering just feels like there is this success, there is this feeling of fullness regarding a friends group. And I feel like it's a gathering with a purpose, it feels like, and it feels like it's what's called successful, if whatever that means for you or for your group. There's also this energy of transformation of energy because the Five of Wands is like, you know, it's conflict energy, but it's also change energy where something that felt conflicting and low vibration transforms into higher vibration and but it's you changing this energy. I feel it's you choosing not to focus on what's going wrong, but on what's going right, and then more right starts to happen. And I feel like it's very important because it's like you're entering this energy that I'd say like an energetic period of high, what is this word, like high magnification. That's a good word. High magnification of your energy, meaning always whatever we're focusing on we draw to us. But I feel like you're entering this energetic period of like 7 to 9 days coming up here starting in the next couple of days where whatever you focus on comes in extra fast, extra bigger than normal. Which, so if you focus on gratitude, boom, bam, right? Well, if you focus on lack, boom, bam, right? So I feel like it's important energy to know because they're just like, just so you're aware, so you're not blindsided by it. They thought they would share it because you can make it a wonderful experience or a learning experience. And either way, it's for you, right? Right, Tanya. That's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. Wendy, you're up. 54210. So, Wendy, what message does Spirit want to tell you? All right. Let's see here. What message do you have for Wendy? Thank you. What else? This one. All right. So, you have the Hanged Man here, which is kind of this pausing energy that it was waiting for something to transform, waiting for some clarity to come in. And during this waiting process, you're going to realize with the Three of Plants or the Three of Wands that you're wanting to go a different direction than you would have gone had you not had the pause be forced upon you. Because I feel like there's something here that you were like, let's go. Why aren't we moving forward? Things are kind of like paused and frozen where you can't move forward on something, but you're going to be glad because new information comes in and you're like, oh, thank goodness that the pause happened because I would have spent more money than I needed to or invested more time or both into something that would have not been needed. And then, and I'm going to have to go this way. But because of the pause, you don't do all this, invest all this money and energy and time. And you're like, oh, I'm just going to go this way. And it just unfolds really easily. And again, no waste. I don't feel like things are wasted. Time and money and energy wasted. I feel like you're just like, oh, thank you. Thank you for that. And you can trust the pause. So I like that. All right, Wendy, that's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And Kita, you're up 54411. Here is your time stamp and feelings of A for you. All right. What else? Oops, didn't mean to hit my microphone. Maybe I need to move it up a little bit because I keep hitting it. All right. You're very welcome, Livier. And Nancy. All right, let's see here. What are their feelings for you? All right. So we got the Two of Plants, the Two of Wands, and you got the Six of Pentacles, too. Now, the Two of Wands, the energy I'm getting with that is kind of like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Inconsistent. I don't can you hear me when I was doing that? Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, right? It's like they're here and they're there and they're here and they're there. They think this and they think that. They feel this and they feel that. It's just like this back and forth energy that seems to come in with that. The Six of Balls, the Six of Pentacles, you know, it's a it's a kind of like this codependent energy, you know, that comes in with it here, which, you know, it's this, you know, expecting someone to give and give and give and give and give, and I don't have to give a whole lot back in return kind of energy that's here. And this is this back and forth because, you know, I just feel like they have moments of that they have feelings and they act on them, but then they they just it's out of balance. I mean, it's like you give 5, they give 1. You give 4, they give 2. It's never more than it's like they don't overgive to you, and it's like, why where does this need to give come into play, right? In fact, in a actually an hour and 15 minutes is when my new podcast comes out about abundance. Talks about the 6 of Pentacles in there. We dive deep in there because it has to do with abundance can be of love too, of money, of whatever, but it's why do we have this sense of I need to give so much and I deserve so little back? And I just feel like there's this mirroring for you so you can be able to see this, but I feel like that's where their feelings for you are so unstable because it's happening for you to be able to see this and to investigate it. So I don't feel like they're giving equal because of the need for your inner child to be able to express and show you this is why we feel this way and what can we do to transform this, right? So if you check out my podcast that'll come out here in a couple hours, I also will post a social media on it tomorrow after I wake up. I'm not doing it. Oh, I might be here. Well, no, I like doing it during the day in the morning. um, because a lot of people are asleep when I post at night if I did that. But anyway, this not what we're talking about. But check out that video because I feel like it'll help. This is really standing out to me that it'll help you understand the mirroring because you can see like they're the two butterflies. I mean, dragonflies. You're seeing the mirror, you know. It's all about the reflection with these twos coming in here too, is they're showing you what you want to see about yourself. And so if you're like, well, they're not contacting me and I'm not sure how they feel about me, it's like, am I sure how I feel about myself? Good reflection energies I feel coming in. So hopefully that helps. And Kita, that's what they want you to know right now. I know. I want to know more about what they were feeling. It's like, well, it's all about your reflection. You know what I'm saying? All right. And then Silent Bloom, you are up 548.37. So Silent Bloom, Minu, right? Yes. So general reading for you. Let's take a look here. What do they have here for you? This one. What else? And this one here. You've got the Queen of Wands and the Nine of Swords. So, you know, I feel like here with this Nine of Swords energy, and the Nine of Swords is, you know, the nightmare and insomnia card. And the queen of plants, the queen of wands, it's what it converts to, very spiritual energy, very emotional energy, because behind the scenes, all the queens have cups. So there's this empathic, emotional energy, but this strong connection through the fire energy to the spirit world. She's very intuitive. In fact, she usually has a black cat on her card, versus the knight, the page, and the king have a salamander to protect them from risk, but the queen doesn't need it. She's got the connection to the higher world. All of that to say that you might be having, if you haven't had them already, strong dreams that border nightmares just because of the extremity of them, but they're doing it to communicate with you. Because if your dreams are just normal, you'll forget them. And you wake up, and before you know it, you're like, what was I forget what I was dreaming? But when you have these wild, bizarre, extreme dreams, you wake up and go, what the hell was that? And you remember them throughout the day, and you're telling people about them. And they're all messages, and they're doing them extreme to you, for you, so that you will remember them, because the messages that they're bringing and the reflection that they're bringing, remember how you feel, not so much about what you remember seeing in your dream little, you know, screen, but how you felt during it, because this is what is they're showing you, so that you can be set free from some things, because there's the subconscious world of our emotions, our inner children, our spiritual posse, all of our guides, everyone, bringing in stuff to help us process and be set free from these nine of swords thoughts and beliefs and emotions that don't serve you anymore, but they're bringing it in to get your attention. So it's not a nightmare from fear. Well, I mean, it's not designed to make you fear, but it's designed to help you be set free from it instead. So hopefully that helps, Silent Bloom. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings. All right, Sudeshni. Hello, hello again. Thank you for your donation earlier. Here's your free reading. Boom, boom. You wanted to know, will your brother-in-law accept you being the executor of your late husband's estate, and will he work with you to see the attorney? All right. So number one, and then number two. I don't want those. I want this one. So will he accept you being the executor of it? Page of Pentacles. It's a positive energy, but I don't know. I'm getting this energy of, because this is money, abundance, page, is I want to be the one. I want to be the one in charge. So I don't feel like they allow you to be the executor of their. I feel like they feel like they're supposed to honor their brother's wishes. Will he work with you to see the attorney, though? We got the Queen of Plants, the Queen of Wands, which is, yes, I feel like you can be convincing here. Queen of Wands is whatever you focus your energy on to can make it harder or easier for them to do that. If you focus on gratitude for who they are, for what's going on, and, trust, hand it to the creator and go with the flow of it, things flow. If you go in, with this energy of fear and want and need, and because that transforms over to lack energy, it pushes things farther away, makes it more difficult. So it's a lot to do with your energy going in will determine if they will. So hopefully that, that makes sense. So if they're like, no, I need to do it, go, I understand, I get it. I appreciate you, honoring your brother's wishes and honoring your brother. I still loved him, even though I hated him. No, you don't have to say that. And you were like, can I ask you a favor? When you approach it that way, then you get more more bees with honey than crap, right? Or something like that. But so that's what they have for you, Sudeshni. Hopefully that helps. Alrighty. So many blessings. And I think that be it for this evening. So thank you guys again so much for your patience and getting to your readings. Um, I did put out the new moon drawing. We had the full moon giveaway today. And Kritika won. But the new moon is out there already for a couple of weeks from now. So if you want to get into that drawing for a chance at winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or a Hedge of Peace and Love, you can check out that link. It'll get you there. And tonight was the Libra full moon. So if you want to make some use of that release energy and affirmation energy, be sure to check out that video. That'll tell you how to make the most of that. And then if you want to check out the basics of making the most of full moon energy, that dives deeper into release ceremonies and making powerful affirmations, if you want to check that out there. And then we have a new podcast that's coming out here in the next probably in about an hour, so you can check that out coming out. But if you want to catch up on the Easier Path podcast, here is the entire playlist for that as well. So and that is what we have here. Let's see here. I don't think I have. Hey, Sharina Cherry. I'm not sure what your previous question was. Here's your timestamp from earlier. So if that was your question, there's your timestamp. I do only one free reading per session. So I'm not sure if that's what you had. I'm not sure how long ago that was. It was, let's see, how earlier were you guys? You must have been up here somewhere. But I did complete your reading. If that was your reading. But if that wasn't the question, I'll be back tomorrow. This is my first I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights. But if you want to, if that wasn't your question, same question. All right, great. So that's your timestamp right there. So you can go check it out. Because I'm headed out of here. I'm just shy of 6 hours. So I am ready to go get a late dinner. And I will be back tomorrow, everybody. So thank you again so much for all your love and support and all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful that you're part of the love tsunami, helping spread the love in the world. It does get my channel out in front of more people. So they get to see more of my videos and streams and have a chance to hear from spirit too. So thank you for being part of that. And I'm so grateful. And I'll be back tomorrow. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. And we'll see you soon. Uh-oh, where's the little stop button? They moved it on here. Oh, it's up here. They moved it up here. It says end stream up there now. They changed things on me. So bye, everybody. It's always a learning and growing experience, ain't it? All right. Love you.